I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion, I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here.
Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming by today. I hope you're doing pretty good. Captain Chris, T-Bird, thanks for remembering Wow Time. Lovis mixed a couple of little air Berlin chocolate hearts in there. We got some planes here too. Hi, QB. Thanks for coming on in today, and a super duper happy Monday to you, day before St. Patrick's Day, I think, and a special live stream tomorrow, normal time. We got a couple of flights. We're going into Dublin. Got to go there if you're going to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. And then we've also got a flight going into Boston from Greensboro, which is absolutely perfect for that. We're also departing out of Glasgow, which is, I think Pauliot was saying that's where St. Patrick is actually from. So there you go. Welcome on in, and thanks for coming by. Today is Level Up Monday. Basically, we do this every Monday. It is Vectors to Copenhagen. But if you are new on VATSIM, this is the event for you. Not brand new, not like first day on VATSIM and stuff like that. Really what this event is if you've been on VATSIM for a while and you're ready to take on a bigger event. Now, the secrets are, you've definitely got to have watched a Vectors to Copenhagen and have a little bit of an idea of what's going on. The other thing that you've got to do is make sure that the airplane that you take is an airplane that you can control really, really well. Those are the two secrets. And that's what makes it a good level up event here, so that you're ready for, what could be considered the chaos of an event like, Frankfurt Friday, Friday Night Ops, some of those that can get really, really, really crazy at certain times with all of the airplanes that are out there. So this is also a great event because you're almost guaranteed most of the time that you're going to do a hold. And not a lot of people know how to do a hold. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of like to do this event pretty much on a weekly basis. It also helps me keep kind of frosty too. So let's see. Hey, Atoa is in chat. Hello, James the Catcher. It had to be a little bit of a refresh, just a little bit of one, but it's still the same spy flight. Himyam, good nobbin. Thank you for coming in today. Let's see. Captain Chris did a resub before we even got going today. Captain Chris, thank you for being here for 7 months. Thanks for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And James the Catcher has been here for a year and a month. James, thank you for your resub too. You've been busy doing military stuff these last weeks. I hope it's been good work for you and you're doing well and all is good in your world. And I really thank you for coming in and saying hello, James. What else have we got going on? Ader Pilot's here. Diamond Mike is here. I'm real sad to hear your family news. There is an awful lot of that going on. Another friend has lost a treasured pet from a long time ago. Another friend has a family member in the hospital. It's a lot of hard things going on these days. So, thank you for coming in here a little bit today, Diamond Mike. And, can't make it too much better, but at least maybe you can kind of come in here and spend some time with us and sort of take a vacation from it for a while. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Corrupted Tune, good to see you. It's been a while. Welcome back in. Thank you for coming in today. I've already got my airplane starting to warm up here. So I just did a pre-departure clearance. Loviz has got a new DLH 100 livery. Oh, that's right. There's the new liveries for Lufthansa's 100th birthday, right? So, yeah, I guess that, and you think that's looking really pretty good? Right on. Loviz is taxiing too. Now, the hard part about that is you'd only see that from Loviz's point of view. We don't really get to see the liveries because there isn't those kinds of special livery matching. That being said, usually, eventually, some of the special liveries do make their way into the model matching. And even though it doesn't match tail numbers and stuff like that yet, maybe that's something they'll do, is you'll start to see some of those. So maybe that'd be kind of a cool thing to do. Let's see. I've already gone and done some of my preliminary stuff here. The next thing for me to do is get passengers boarding. Got 144 people in my little baby bus today. It's going to take them 9 minutes to walk down the jetway. Hello, Captain Azores. And I got 29 minutes so that I can stay on schedule. And everything else is looking pretty good here too. Looks like it's opening up the cargo doors, and watches the cargo doors on the airplane as they bounce at the top when they open. And I remember seeing that. I was a passenger on a United Airbus, and I was watching them load like, you know, Flight Sim Geek would do. And I was watching them open. It was an A320, and it bounces just like that. So the Phoenix airplanes actually do a little bit of a bounce like that, which I think is insanely cool. R&D is at gate 12. Nervous to do this. Hey, okay, so the best thing for you to do is take it slow, and make sure that you've taken an airplane that you know. That's it, R&D. And just take it slow. One of the reasons that I like Vectors to Copenhagen is the ATC is remarkably calm, cool, and collected here. It's not, you know, it's not crazy. And so that's one of the things that I like about this event, and why it is that I do it all the time, you know, encourage people to do this event. It's a really good, big event to learn. And that like I said, that's going to prepare you for other big events. So that's why I like it. Martin's back here. Hey, Martin, saw you over on Captain Sibby's flight earlier today. Good to see you, and thank you for coming in today. I did do a pre-departure clearance. I wonder if we are going to, get a response, because I did get the clearance out, right? Accents. Okay, so that's always kind of a thing, but seriously, you know, you get used to that, actually. You get used to that. Yeah, Captain Sibby has been live streaming about as long as I have. When I finally decided it was time for me to learn how to fly an Airbus, Captain Sibby was my simulated Airbus teacher, instructor pilot. And we did several flights together on P3D in the Flight Sim Labs, in the FS Labs A320. And also there was a time when the new Microsoft Flight Simulator first came out, and really all we had was multiplayer. There was a day that we're both not doing a whole lot, so we both jumped into multiplayer in Cessnas, and I got the best tour of Athens, Greece from Sibby, you know, in an airplane. It was really cool. So yeah, Sibby's been a really good friend for a long time. All right, charts. We probably had to grab a few. And let's do EDDN, Nuremberg. Gonna go and just grab a chart over here. Nope, we don't need that one. And we're gonna do RNAV SIDS runway 28. This is one of the interesting ones, because on the departure here, one of the things that you're gonna be expected to do is change your frequency on your own. So we're gonna be doing the ERTOG 1 Golf departure. So we're gonna change pages here to ERTOG 1 Golf. ERTO 1 Golf for runway 28. That's it. So first of all, this gives you your initial climb clearance, because they often don't put that in your clearance. So flight level 70. And then it says after takeoff, contact Munich radar or Nuremberg tower. So it's going to be 129525 is going to be your departure after takeoff, 129.525. And so I'm just going to go ahead and pop that in there. And then I'm also going to go Munich radar. I'm just going to remind myself of what the name of that is. Hi, ground controller. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. So now I've gotten those two important pieces of information for our arrival. So we'll go ahead and close this and then check and see. All right, that's all the charts we need. We're going to go to Copenhagen now. And what we need over here is we don't need the A380, the A340, the A345. We don't need Type 1, the 777. We have an AGC. We have the arrival, but we do need an airport parking chart. Let's see. Airport parking chart. I'm just going to star that one over there, and that's all of the charts that I could possibly need now are pretty much in there, unless they like flip the runways on me or something. So we're good to go there too. Hey, Corrupted Tomb has got 90 sheep. Let's see. Have you eaten a good lunch? That is a good thing to do too. All right. I have not gotten a clearance through CPDLC. Let's just make sure it went out. It did go out, so let's just go ahead and get it manually. 121,760. And we'll listen in here and see if we hear anything. 121. Did I log on to VATSIM? Yeah, I did. Are we on Volanta? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, are we on? Well, of course we're on VATSIM. We see other airplanes, right? And we got a little sassy airplane and a candy cane plane over there. We've got airplanes pushing all over the place. Do I not know how to dial a radio? Maybe that's my problem. 121,760. 121,760. I really like to at least listen in before I just start blasting away on the microphone. Corrupted Tune, you like the Scandinavian videos? There are some good ones. And remember that there was that one really cute Christmas video that a passenger took of the Scandinavian crew doing really funny, really fun and funny safety announcement for a special, it was a special, what was it? Oh yeah, 129,525 after departure. Hi, Scorpion. Oh, well, wait a minute. I thought I started the Katie Pilot app. Yeah, I've started the Katie Pilot app. Let's look and see. I'm going to just key the mic. There's the microphone. But yeah, it was for a special Christmas flight that they did, and the cabin crew was absolutely hilarious. 121,760. All right. Nürnberg ground, good Nabend. Berlin 441's an A319 at stand 11 with information X-ray requesting clearance to Copenhagen. I don't hear anything. Something must be wrong. I don't think the Katie Pilot app is working. The Katie Pilot app is a really, really groovy little application that basically, you know how some people talk have microphones that are way too loud? What this does is this is sort of like what they used to have on the old AM radio stations a long time ago.
Berlin 441, did you copy?
Air Berlin 441, we finally got everything going. We had the speaker turned down. Berlin 441, sitting by, ready to copy clearance.
Yeah, Berlin 441, you are cleared to Copenhagen via the Reto 1 Golf departure. Flight plan route, climb VATSIM to flight level 70, squawk 0136.
Berlin 441, we are clear to Copenhagen via the Ertog 1 Golf departure. Flight plan route, climb via the SID. Our squawk today is 0136 for Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, the initial climb is flight level 70.
We do have the initial climb, flight level 70. Forgot that part. Thanks for Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, read back correct, no problem.
All right. So anyhow,
Nürnberg,
it was actually kind of funny.
Right?
Basically, the whole reason that this app came out is Katie Pilot was flying around on VATSIM, and one of those pilots just absolutely blasted her ears out, as some of them will do. I mean, it really can be annoying that some of these pilots really will. It'll just blow your ears out. And apparently, the story goes, she stayed up all night coding this little application. All night long because, you know, because they blew out her ears. So I think that that's so funny. I just put a link into the Katie Pilot Normalizer. It's free. You can get it over on over at flightsim.to. So there you go. Yeah, my sound, I didn't have it. I started the app. So I double clicked on it and got the app going, but you actually have to start the app, and I forgot to do that. Okay. Let's see. Nuremberg departure. This is Martellstown, by the way, so no throwing beer cans out the window. Let's see. We're going to be departing off of runway 28. It's going to be the Ertog 1 Golf departure and insert. Coming into Copenhagen, last time I checked, they are landing on runway 22 left. We're doing the Monarch 5 Charlie arrival. Novia. And insert. And insert. There we go. That looks really good. Final load sheets in. Passengers are aboard. And let's go ahead and open up our little flap here and get the last few numbers put in. So let's see. Over on the init side and page B, zero fuel weight is 55.6. That's the same. Center of gravity is 30.0. That's the same. Accept it and return. Come on down here. Those numbers are good. 4.9 tons of fuel is what I need to get there. I boarded 7.0 because it's vectors to Copenhagen and we might be holding. Ader pilot, yep, 22 left. Captain Morrow, welcome on in. And Abelars, yep, there you go. So now I actually think I need to dive into the Katie Pilot app a little bit, and I need to tweak it a little bit because there's some of those pilots, boy, they're still a little bit loud. So I need to clear that up. 0136. 0136. That looks really good. Passengers are aboard. It's almost time for push and start. And airplane is loaded. Sadly, your pilot is not today. And preconditioned air, we'll leave that on for a second. Let's go ahead and do takeoff departure data. Hey Rich, welcome aboard. Another app that PS Morandi was testing lately is called Environment Launcher. It's useful. You can batch start all the apps you need sequentially. It starts as an admin and it just pops it in there nicely. That actually sounds pretty good. You can also do that with add-on linker. So you could also do it with add-on linker. You can go and create a list of things that you want it to you want it to load. So you basically go in and you set up the airports that you want in add-on linker, and then at that point you hit start and it starts the things in order that you want started. Hey Scott Scan, good evening again. Cracker's back. Welcome back, Cracker. And we had a spy hat. I think we need an Airbus. I thought the A350 flew very, very well yesterday. I know that JSG Droid did have a WASM crash. Yeah, actually, and I think Katie Pilot, this little electronic flight bag here, Katie Pilot did some coding on this as well. So yeah, not only, you know, talented airline captain, but good at coding. So kind of one of those awesome people that it's kind of a privilege to have, you know, in Twitch world and stuff. Okay, all of this looks really good. Let's have GSX prepare us for pushback and startup. GSX, prepare for pushback and start. We'll have Lufthansa push us back. No. City is in chat. We got to get going. Hey, we're still on time here. We're still kind of on time here. We certainly are. Parking brake is on. APU bleed is on. Ground power is disconnected. Let's also do fuel pumps. Fuel pumps going on. Doors are closed. Seatbelt signs going on. Seatbelts are on. Let's go to the Phoenix side. I'm done with preconditioned air. I'm done with ground power unit. And I'm going to do chocks and cones. All of those are clear. 14 minutes before our departure, so we're in great shape here. City is going to be late to your appointment. You got an appointment in Copenhagen today? Burgers and brews with friends or something like that? Okay, we're going to expect to push and start probably nose left, tail right. Let's get the radio back on.
Uniform. Very good afternoon to you. Startup approved. You are cleared to Düsseldorf. Zulus 1 Golf departure. Flight and route. Claim weather ready to flight.
Everything's good to go here.
7540.
Everything's good there. I'm going to start my squawking. Squawkage is going. Ollie's here. Hey, Ollie. Hey, I hope you're doing okay. Everything good in your neighborhood? Ollie also did a resub. Thanks for the resub, Ollie. 20 months. What great support. Thank you.
Swiss 225. Nürnberg ground. Schönen guten Abend. Herzlich willkommen in Nürnberg. Taxi to stand 16 via Juliet.
I think it's going to be nose left, tail right.
Swiss 225, you're very quiet. Confirm, stand 16 via Juliet and Mike 3.
Okay, are we ready to go? Let's check performance. Performance data's in. We're going to rotate at 140 knots. I think it's time to rumble.
Okay.
Nürnberg ground, good Abend again. Berlin 441, stand 11, X-rays board requesting startup and pushback.
Berlin 441 information, Yankee is now current, EKCH 1019, pushback and startup approved, facing east. Caution, there's a Scandinavian to your left also pushing, but he will push into Mike 2 facing south, no factor.
We'll try to avoid bumping into the other airplanes. Push is approved. We'll be facing east for Berlin 441. No.
And, Berlin 441, just confirm you reported X-ray. Your information is Yankee with EKCH 1019.
1019 are on the altitude, and information Yankee has just arrived aboard Berlin 441. Ready to go?
Perfect.
And let's see here. And away we go. Captain Chris, are you in the Scandi over there? Uh-oh.
Berlin 441, hold your position for now, sorry.
Berlin 441, we're going to stop right here. We were getting a little close to that Scandinavian over there.
Yeah, I apologize. I judged a little bit wrong. He should be clear any second now, so you can continue your pushback. I apologize.
Not a problem. I think it's all taken care of for Berlin 441.
Yeah, I affirm. Thank you.
Okay, let's just go ahead and restart. That's going to disconnect all of that, and we're going to have to continue to do this manually. Connect the tug, and we'll continue the push manually here. And there we go.
Eurowings 24 X-ray, stand number 14, information Yankees on board, requesting IFRA clearance to Düsseldorf, please.
Last station calling, call sign again, please.
Eurowings 24 X-ray.
Eurowings 24 X-ray, there you are. I have no flight time, can you double check, please?
Horizon Vector is in chat. Hi, Horizon Vector. Yep, got our cute little baby bus here. Definitely a favorite little airplane for the spy flight. It's very sporty. Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. If you do have a little bit of a problem like that, all you have to do is just kind of come over like this, grab pushback helper, and pushback helper will just take care of everything so quickly for you.
Eurowings 24 X-ray, I have your flight time now. Are you ready to copy?
Eurowings 24 X-ray, roger, go ahead.
Eurowings 24 X-ray, you are cleared to Düsseldorf via the Zulus 1 Golf departure. Flight plan route, climb VLFD to flight level 70.
And we'll just turn off
squawk
GSX from here.
6662.
Okay, Eurowings 24 X-ray.
All right, how's
clear to
everything
destination
here?
Düsseldorf by the Zulu 1 Golf departure, flight plan route, climb flight level 70, squawk 6662.
Eurowings 24 X-ray.
Starting engine number 2.
Yankees current.
Engine number 2
Information
starts.
Yankee,
Horizon
thank you very
vector
much, Eurowings 24
is
X-ray.
Shamrock, Dublin from Munich. That's going to be a really good flight for, a really nice flight for St. Patrick's Day. There's a really great brew pub at Munich Airport, and of course you've got the Guinness Brewery in Dublin. So you're all set for St. Patrick's Day. I wasn't sure what you wanted to do. If you want to, I don't have any other flights after this. We could do some cargo flying or something. Tim Dog is back and had an annual review with your boss. That's why Loviz said you were not caught watching flight sim videos. I'm glad you got it. Congratulations on getting a good review with your boss. You know, there's a lot of people working really hard and their bosses aren't all that great. I'm glad you got a good one. Really good. Good Nobbin Rebel, AV. Rich, not loaded. What did I do? And we got 2 good starts on our engines. Started back to normal. And APU is going to go off. And let's go ahead and do this.
Is 6664.
All right. Control checks. Elevators, ailerons, rudder. Trim's going to be up 0.6, 3, 4, 5, 6. Flaps are going to be 1. There goes our flaps. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Nürnberg ground, hello again. Berlin 441, pushed and started from stand 11, requesting taxi.
Berlin 441, taxi to Port Alpha, runway 28, via Mike 2 and Alpha.
Holding point runway 28 via Mike 2 and Alpha for Berlin 441. Mike 2. I think we can go. Parking brake good.
The Berlin to your right, taxi to Port Alpha, runway 28, via Mike 2 and Alpha.
You can turn on a reading light and the air controls above your head.
EDDN, EKCH, I think the overlay is correct. I think it's correct. Hey, you flashing your lights at me? Actually, if that pilot blinks their lights on and off, you'll see it in the sim now, which is really kind of cool. Yeah, see, they're flashing at us. Isn't that great? You see the lights flashing in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Of course, then you have to watch out because then someone might accuse you of flashing. And that could be a problem. It is. I knew that was somebody in the stream, so that's why I said it. All right, cabin check. Is everybody ready for takeoff back there? There's the cabin. And takeoff config check. Takeoff config check is good. Let's do predictive wind shear. Predictive wind shear is on. And we're ready to go. Let's see. Something's wrong on YouTube. What's wrong on YouTube, Rich? Cabin's secure. We're ready to go. There's Mike 2. Look over here. Make sure nobody's coming. Now watch out for one of those. There's a little free...
441, contact Nürnberg Tower, frequency 118-305, bye-bye.
118305 for Berlin 441. Thanks so much. Have a good week.
You too, bye-bye.
118305.
Scandinavian 331, the same for you. Contact Nürnberg Tower frequency 118 decimal 305, bye-bye. Danke, ciao.
And then departure is 129525. All right, looking good there. There's runway 28. That looks really good. Aviation Dad, do you fly the Phoenix A320? I do. I like the A319 a little bit better because what's really nice about it is this is just a little more sporty. And I could turn it a little bit faster, and it just, you know, it's a great little airplane. I like it. So that's kind of why I like this one.
Nürnberg Tower, hello.
Nuremberg Tower, very good evening. Air Berlin 441's on taxiway Alpha, almost to runway 28, fully ready.
Air Berlin 441, affirmative. Wind is 260 degrees, 7 knots, 28, clear for takeoff. Goodbye.
Runway 28, clear for takeoff. Thank you so much. Have a good week. Ciao.
Ciao.
Okay, so we just turned on our strobes. Let everybody know that this airplane is going to be taking off here. So now we've got those white lights flashing. And even though we're cleared for takeoff, always good to look down the runway, make sure that nobody is coming. Well, that's right. I mean, if you're getting the job done, I think that's great, Tim Dog, that you've got a good boss like that. All right, that looks good. Landing lights on. Landing lights are on. Throttle's up about halfway. We don't want to spend too much time on the runway. And let's check our engines. Are they stable? They are. Unfortunately, your pilot is not. So that's just the way it goes. Manual flex. SRS runway set. Auto thrust blue. It's flying time. Up, up, and away. If there's any sheep on the runway, they need to clear off. 100 knots. Checked. V1, rotate. Zoom. Passengers getting a nice view of Nuremberg tonight. It looks like a beautiful night to be in Nuremberg. Nice lights, a little chilly, but that's okay. And mention radar. Mention radar, guten Abend. Berlin 441, passing 2,700 feet.
Berlin 441, radar, good evening. Climb to flight level 190.
Climb to flight level 190, Berlin 441. AP, get a little help from the autopilot. How long do you fly? Normally we do 3 full flights a day. We're doing an extra day of flying tomorrow because it's St. Patrick's Day, so we may just do this one flight, or we may do a cargo flight. We could do an A350 flight. We could do an A340 flight after this. I don't know. We'll see. No clue. Today's kind of up in the air. Loviz worked for a treatment center in Virginia that blocked all streaming and video. Well, that kind of sucks. What's in your setup, like side sticks and stuff? We got some pretty cool things here aboard the Spy Flight. First of all, we've got the autopilot here. And that's the autopilot that you see on the desk. This is from WinWing. And the WinWing autopilot is a very nice autopilot. And it's altimeter time. Altimeters are standard. We'll do the backup altimeter, make that standard too. I'm also using the WinWing side stick, which looks just like a real Airbus side stick.
441, proceed direct now. November Alpha Romeo Uniform Sierra.
Air Berlin 441 is now direct to Nauru. And direct to and usually we get some pretty nice direct twos on this. Oh, forgot flaps. Too busy yapping away.
München Radar, schönen guten Abend. Scanner Wind 331, passing 2,400 for Metro.
It's a little upset. I had the flaps out a little bit too long, but we got the flaps up now.
Flight level 180.
Scanner Wind 331, flight level
Avgeek, welcome aboard. Avgeek's coming in from Oslo tonight. See you on the descent. I don't, Aviation Dad. There was a problem with shipping around the holidays for me for the throttle, so maybe I'll try again next summer to pick them up. Right now, I use the Thrustmaster Airbus throttles, the captain's pack. So I've got a nice speed brake and flap lever, and so those work really, really good for now. Everybody in chat that does have the WinWing throttles really, really likes them. Previous company blocked streaming audio, like Spotify and stuff, to save bandwidth, but they didn't block YouTube. So people used YouTube for music. Yeah, you know, if you're getting the job done, why does it have to be that way, you know? Hi, Nikki. Nikki Fizz just arrived. Welcome aboard. Oh, and I've also got a McDo for Airbus. So the WinWing McDo. So I've got that particular unit sitting right down there, and it's really nice having that in the autopilot. It's what's really, really nice for flying vectors to Copenhagen, Friday night ops, Frankfurt Friday, that stuff.
Descent to flight level 100.
Diamond Mike, I'm really happy to hear that. You know, again, we can't take stuff away, but at least you can take a vacation from things here, and that's part of what it is that I'm trying to do with the spy flight. Have it be a nice place to go, especially right now when there's not a lot of nice things to do and places to go. And our cute little Air Berlin is on the way. Copenhagen, here we come. But, so Aviation Dad.
Contact München Radar 133, destination 615. Bye-bye.
133.615 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Bye-bye.
133.615. I'll show you the setup in just a second, Aviation Dad.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Station.
Agent Jaeger 426. Did I say that right? Hey, thank you for the follow. Good to see you. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. München Radar, good Abend. Air Berlin 441's direct to Nauru and climbing to flight level 190.
Identify climb level 380.
Berlin 441, climbing flight level 380. Okay, we're all set for a second. Here you go, Aviation Dad. Let's turn this off. And what we'll do is we'll kind of grab a little handheld microphone. And here's kind of what it looks like. So there's a keyboard. You can see there's the flight simulator. There is vPilot, all those things up there. And then if you look just off to the side here, there's the McDo, right where the McDo is supposed to be. So I've got that one set there, and then there's the Thrustmaster throttles that I'm using, and these are working just fine, working really, really good. And so I've been really happy with the way all that works. And then over on the other side, if we look over here, you can see a very battered chair arm there, but I'm also using the really, really nice wind wing, or wind control actually. It's the wind control side stick, and I've got to tell you, I really like the wind control side stick. So also liking the wind control autopilot. Fact is, that autopilot is actually one of the real secret weapons in terms of doing really good VATSIM events, because I'm really able to stay ahead of ATC with that and get things done really, really quickly. So I really like that a lot too. I just have to remember it's wind control, not wind wing, right? I did have the Thrustmaster side stick. I did have that for quite a while. In fact, I had two, because the twists part of the Thrustmaster goes out on a lot of them after about a year. So, hey Mach 3 Outdoors, welcome aboard. But the wind wing side stick is really totally solid, and I use that for every airplane.
Radar 127.925 from the Hotel Tango, vielen Dank, Sascha.
47 Tango, level 240.
And descending, flight level 240 from the Hotel.
Let's see what is ahead here. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a quiet zone here. Coming on in, we may have to do our own descent. So it looks like Berlin radar, and a lot of this is going to be off.
Good evening.
That's okay.
With you, Flight 370 TBFC.
So we have one of the identified.
Radar, good evening. Postman 83 Charlie, passing 240 for 340.
People work differently, Tim Dog. I'm actually a little of that too. Work from home for me now has been incredibly nice like this. And it's again, it's great that you've got a good boss. Martin wants to get the Moza side stick and yoke, and that's to accompany your Honeycomb Bravo. Could we someday go to Prague? We could. Hey, Flight Sim Aviation. There's actually, every now and then, I've noticed that there's a VATSIM event in Prague, Aviation Dad. So I'll keep an eye out for that VATSIM event in Prague and we'll do that. Generally, I really do like flying around the EU and the UK. It's really good ATC. Yeah, it pops up usually every 3 weeks to 2 months. It's not one of the regular events like Vectors to Copenhagen, but it does work pretty good. Loviz says that the Honeycomb stuff is bulletproof. And the other cool thing that I don't own a Honeycomb, but what's cool about Honeycomb is there are people that are really good with 3D printers, and what they do is you can 3D print things that you can put on your Honeycomb to make it work really like a Boeing or work like anything else, and you can really modify the Honeycombs in an incredible way. Hello Russ, welcome aboard. Tim Dog says it's snowing. A lot of us, Martin, started out with the TCA Captain's Pack for Airbus, and in fact I was about ready to go to Honeycomb, and then Thrustmaster came out with their TCA stuff. And I used the TCA for a while, as you saw. I'm using the TCA throttles, and it works great. Aviation Dad, I use GSX, but if GSX fails, I have Pushback Helper on my desktop. So like today, We started our pushback. We had to stop because we are going to bump into another airplane, so we stopped. I turned off GSX quickly, loaded up pushback helper, and completed my push that way. That way I didn't have a problem, you know, create a problem, and got the airplane going. I do have a lot of WinWing stuff. I've got obviously the autopilots, the McDo, and the side stick for Airbus. Trip Takers sent the Boeing autopilot, and that was really, really nice. The throttles got lost. It got hung up in shipping in the holidays, so I'll maybe try and buy them again this summer. I don't know. But yeah, they weren't broken. It was a shipping snafu, and maybe we'll all get to a point where we're stop being so crazy internationally by summer. I don't know. But Jim, I use the wind control Ursa Minor Airbus side stick. The Lovis waiting forever for the Thrustmaster Captain's Pack during COVID. Your order from a Honeycomb, Alpha, and Bravo arrived first, so you didn't buy that one afterwards. I do use SimBrief and Navigraph Aviation, Dad. Those work really good too. Let's see. I've been yammering away here. Didn't turn off stuff. Didn't do my 10,000-foot cabin call. Let's do seat belts. We're all done with that. And it's cruise time. Jim, you're going to get the Ursa Minor tomorrow. I think you'll like it. It's a lot more heavy duty. Let's turn the airplane down. It's a little loud. It's a lot more heavy duty than the Thrustmaster. I have much better control of my airplane. I don't really use any of the buttons on the sides though. Never really did use any of those. I do have the hat switch off so I can look left and look right. I can't look up and down because up and down for me on this is elevator trim up and down.
November descent level 320 to reach it out.
I think we're 122.8 next.
Berlin 441, you're leaving my airspace, monitor advisory.
Advisory now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week. Okay, it's going to be a little quieter for a little bit of the flight. We may have to initiate our own descent here on the arrival, but we can do all that because, you know. Ground controller wants the honeycomb stuff. It is a little pricey, but in the end, I think you'll like it. DK Funfly is in chat. It does have rumble motors. The side stick and the throttles have little rumble motors and stuff in there, so you feel a little bit of feedback. I did try and take as good a care of my Thrustmaster, you know, all my stuff. You know, the dials here on the autopilot, they feel that you can't just whip them around. They're not heavy duty dials, so I try to be very careful with these. But it's worked really, really good. I've enjoyed them. The wind control stuff. We've flown the A340-600 a few times. Mach 3 Outdoors has honeycomb stuff, and you like it a lot too. Yeah, I think moving from the TCA flight stick over to the wind control is going to be a good step up for you. And, you know, I was really grateful. Thrustmaster, they were like the first people to come out with anything for civilian aviation. Everything else was like military aviation stuff, fighter jets and spaceships. But they were the first to do, you know, the Airbus stuff, throttles and a side stick. Then they've, you know, started doing some Boeing things. And then all of a sudden, Windwing pops onto the scene, and it was great. Loviz says, if you were going to prioritize, get the Bravos. Good throttles are hard to come by, and you can mix and match everything else. I do not have a Boeing yoke. No. I have a Boeing autopilot, and that's about it. Every airplane that I fly using the Airbus side stick. And in the end, I find that a little bit easier. So if you're going to fly all sorts of different airplanes and stuff like that, the side stick is right there. It doesn't move. It works with all the airplanes, and it's great. Jim's got a Boeing yoke that he likes. Tim Dog, best part about the Bravos, you can swap out. That's right. You can do the handles. You can change all sorts of different handles. And that's kind of a neat thing. Okay, let's come over here. Phoenix. And refresh the arrivals page. Flocala is getting wind control throttles tomorrow. Are you tracking them? Are they on time, on schedule for your arrival? That's one of the cool things. When new things are coming, you need to kind of track it and say, oh, it's going to be here tomorrow. It's going to be here tomorrow. EKCH arrivals, information, hotel, ILS approaches, runway 22 left. We're all set for that. Runway's in good shape. It's a little bit on the damp side. That's about it. Transition level 6,500 feet. Expedite vacating runway after landing. Winds 300 at 5. Visibility's good. Temperatures 4. Altimeter's 1012. All good. Yep. You were tracking. I haven't ordered things here for quite a while. I just, trying to save as much money as I can. I've got pretty much what I need. But I did order a few weeks ago the little Osmo Cam. And I was tracking that thing every single day. It's actually kind of fun to track things as they're coming. And yeah, I was tracking the little Osmo Cam, and it was great. I had a blast doing the tracking thing. The best one though was before all of the trade shenanigans that are going on in the world these days, is when you could purchase stuff from Winwing that would come right from their factory in China. And so I think it was the McDo. When I finally got the McDo, that I was able to track it using the tracking information. And it basically said, okay, it's leaving China for Memphis or something like that. And so, okay, wow, it's left, because they set it on FedEx. And so I was able to then go to FlightAware, and there was a FedEx 777 coming in. And I figured, oh, I'll bet the McDo is on that 777. And it got there, and then I looked and said, yep, okay, so it's in Memphis now. And then they put it on the A300 to come up here to eastern Montana, and so I got to track that a little bit too. I realized that must sound, like, okay, come on, it's a shipment, grow up, you kid. But it was fun. I really enjoyed that. Now you can't do that, but it was neat. Loviz says that the Bravos come with a couple of boxes of levers that you can just swap out already. Hey Noah Edwards is in chat. Welcome. That's right. It's like Tracking Santa, the NORAD Tracking Santa website when you were young. Hey Red Rocket, welcome aboard. I don't have anything else on the schedule for today. We're going to do an extra day of flying tomorrow. But before, I was going to go and look and see after we get into Copenhagen. We could do something over here. Don't see a lot of centers up. Looks like Indianapolis is up. We could do a cargo flight up to Indianapolis, or we just call it a day and start getting ready for St. Patrick's Day. Tim Dog says if you want to take it to, you can get the 3D printed thrust letters for the Bravo from Places and Blackbird Controls. Not a lot of ATC here, so we'll wait and see what's going on. How far are we from top of descent? 156 miles. 156 miles. My guess is going into Dublin tomorrow is going to be a madhouse because it's St. Patrick's Day, so be ready. Let's see, Lufthansa flight 120, low-vis is coming in pretty quick. There's 100 arrivals, 21 departures out of Copenhagen. Not bad. Everything's good here. Let's look at the flight plan. Let's see. Copenhagen is 274 miles to the north. We're going to have 4.3 tons in the tanks when we land. And we should be landing at 1943 Zulu. It is currently 1858, so less than an hour on the flight here. If we back out of this and go to pilot brief and look down here, we need to divert at 1.9 tons of fuel. So right now the computer is estimating we have 4.3. The other thing you could look at is look at what a half an hour of flying cost you. 9.8. We could hold for an hour at least before we would need to do any kind of panicking. So we got all sorts of fuel coming into Vectors to Copenhagen today. Sunjammer just came. Hi, Sunjammer. Welcome aboard. And I usually will leave that up there. No holds for low-vis, direct to Nexo. Really? Descend to 9,000 feet and Nexo it is. Hey! How come you just came in and there's a yellow car to Charles Yerkes and I don't know what that is. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm being good. Martin is coming in. Buckeye says to hydrate. It's still chilly. We did finally make it above freezing here today. There was about 10 minutes of sunshine this morning. 10 minutes of sunshine today. And then it started to cloud up again. I think we're done getting precip though. Martin, that's right. Martin was flying in Athens today. The Sunjammer did that. Haggis is in the fire now. So you decided to do a yellow card to Charles Yerkes just in case. I don't know. I'm being fairly good today. Berlin Ops, how did we do? No ADC required. It was an on-time departure. Let the unsportsmanlike celebration there begin too. I see an airplane up ahead here. Or is that a star? Nope, that's a star. It's just little old me. Nobody really ahead of us at all. There's one off to the right here. Let's see if we can see their lights coming. Let's see if we can see them. Whoops, other way. They're kind of a long way away. They're probably hidden in the clouds up here. But there's an airplane somewhere in the middle of the screen that's going to be coming right at us. Or as Lloyd Bridges said in the movie Airplane, it's coming right at us. The one I'm talking about is this airplane right here. It's Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo. It's going to Leipzig. So they're descending. Yeah, they're starting their descent, I'm guessing, into Leipzig. So we may not see them after all. Hi, Senor Tomas. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by today. Loviz, I've never had not one, so not sure. So I'd watch YouTube videos to compare. Okay, that was for ground controller. I should stay out of that. Oh, Loviz says, I never had one. So I'm not sure. You should watch YouTube. When all else fails, YouTube. When all else fails, YouTube is our friend. Yeah, I've been devouring YouTube videos on the little Osmo cam. As it turns out, there's a lot in that camera and a lot of really groovy little settings that you can do. So even though it seems like just, you know, some cute little thing that, you know, some travel blogger is gonna use, you know, there you can do a lot of settings in that camera, and there's also an awful lot of neutral density filters that you can put on it too. So there's just a ton of stuff to learn about that. I don't have them. I'm gonna assume ground controller. That is for Loviz. I'm gonna say Senor Tomas likes the Bravos, so there you go. I don't think I've had anybody come into chat and say they didn't like the Bravos, the honeycomb Bravos. Kaiser, welcome back. Seems a little bit quieter for a Monday. It does seem a little bit quieter. Zenny TV is back in chat. Welcome back to you. DK Funfly, no, I started to hook up the Osmo as a webcam. And there are a number of YouTube videos that talk about you can use them as a webcam and stuff. The thing is generally a spy flight is going to be about 5 to 7 hours, sometimes longer. And I did hook it in the way you're supposed to and noticed that the battery did not remain stable. Even though it was drawing power from the USB, I was losing power on it. Plus, it was getting warm. It wasn't getting hot, but it was getting warm. And I thought, you know, this doesn't seem like a good idea. So I set the Osmo aside, and the camera that I'm using, it was starting to develop little white spots. And, you know, like dead pixels and stuff. And I thought, okay, this is going out. So that was part of the reason why I went and got this camera. Also, to hopefully overcome a little bit of, you know, phobia of going outside and stuff, but go out and start shooting some stuff outside. It's not a phobia, it's just laziness, I think. Anyway, I went and watched YouTube videos on that because that is actually, it's a Canon M200 EOS camera. And I've got to tell you, that's a really good little camera. You can do a lot of great stuff with that. I was just kind of heartbroken that, oh my gosh, the pixels are dying. Well, as it turns out, they do develop these white pixels and stuff, but they would, if the pixels were truly dying, they would have been black, not white. And maybe I did have black pixels, I don't know, but I did see the white ones, and they said if you do a factory reset on that camera, it all goes away. So I did a factory reset, and they did go away. Then I had to remind myself of, there's a couple of things you have to do with that little camera to make it, you know, a webcam. And here, I can show you what it looks like. There it is right there. There's the back of the camera. And it's great. I love that little camera. It really is it's been so solid. So after I did the factory reset, that one right there, I did the factory reset, and then I changed a few of the settings back, and now it is just like brand new. So now I can concentrate on learning the Osmo and using the Osmo for taking snow pictures, go take a picture of a train engine, and keep growing things. And maybe, like I said, the unrealistic, you know, dream of right now is I can start taking this to some of the places that we've flown in the simulated world and do some video like that and bring it back. I've got a lot to do before I can make that happen. But, you know, if you're looking for a little out and about camera, the one that I'm talking about, the little Osmo guy, it's this guy here. It's got a nice little case, and it's got a great little gimbal on the top. So it's going to give you very steady video, and it's actually, it feels a little bit lightweight, but it's not that lightweight in terms of what you can do with it. They also have done a really cool thing with their microphones, their microphone system. And the mics that come with it are really good. So, you know, that's kind of what's going on. A lot of cute little things, a lot of ideas and dreams. Now I've got to actually start getting out and doing a few of them. DK Funfly, you use the gimbal for your phone cam? Well, yeah, I mean, those, you know, those little little cameras, you can do very, very, very stable photography with that. And if you learn how to put the camera in manual mode, not shoot automatic, you can adjust the shutter speed, the ISO. You could do all of the adjustments to go out and take a real pretty picture outside. You can also put a basic, it comes with a basic, it comes with a wide angle kind of a lens. You can then order a basic neutral density filter for, you know, outdoors. So indoors, you just shoot high, you know, indoor lighting. But if you go outdoors, you're going to want to put a neutral density filter on it to make it look really good. And I've taken it to just a few places. I need to, like I said, not be so lazy, overcome a little bit of, and just go and start doing a few things. You can also take the Osmo Cam, and if you've got it through, you know, you pair it through your phone, you can also put it live on Twitch and live on YouTube. So you can, I mean, just with a phone. Now, of course, you're going to use up a bunch of, you know, bandwidth and stuff on your phone, data on your phone, but still. Low-vis is at 3,000 feet and still at 250 knots. And I saw while I was busy yammering away about a bunch of other silly stuff, Low-vis also got to do a dive of death today. There was a time when Microsoft Flight Simulator first came out that the dive of death was not as much fun. Now we throw out speed brakes, point it down, and, you know, land as quickly as we can. Polyot has found a game over on Steam called Repo, And at some point, we're going to probably try and play repo together. I don't exactly know how that works. There's also a spy game that Polyot found, and we're going to play that one. Plus, I'm, you know, goofy about trains, so I just got a call. I need to talk to EDUU Center. EDUU Center. I don't see EDUU. There it is. EDUU. That is Rhine Radar. Rhine Radar 128235.
Vietnam Rhine, Wheeler, Western passing 220 for 250.
Rhine Radar, good Abend. Air Berlin 441's at flight level 380. Looks like we're about 40 miles from top of descent. Overhead Pamby. One two eight two three five.
I think you're transmitting, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, Edelweiss 189 identified. Hello, Lufthansa 700 identified and Airberlin 441. Ryan, hello, identified. Descent to flight level, when ready. No correction. Descent to flight level 200, speed 310 knots or greater.
310 knots or greater. Descend to flight level 200 for Berlin 441.
Radar, schönen guten Abend, Copenhagen 33, flight level 380 inbound, last loop.
331 Ryan, hello.
1012 is the altimeter. It is 4 degrees.
Kevin 2608 Ryan, hello, identified.
The wind is 2905.
4174. Rhine Radar, good evening.
Transition is 6,500. I'm in the baby bus, so we're going to go make it a config 3 landing. And landing flaps 3.
Guten Abend, Orange 728.
And charts over here and on the ILS. I should have this memorized by now. Let's see. Category 1 is 210 feet. 20. And good. Back to performance. We're looking pretty good, and we're supposed to maintain 300 feet in 300 knots in the descent. So they basically told me to keep my speed up here. And down to flight level 200. Let's see. No, low vis was at 3,000 feet and was at 280 knots.
Good evening, Lufthansa, Tunnel Alpha, flight evacuator.
Turn on constraints. Slowly increasing. You can see my speed bugs going up a little bit there. To maintain 300 knots in the descent.
Alpha, Rhine Radar, hello, identified. Block Tiger Lufthansa 2 Echo Romeo, Rhine, hello, identified.
290.
Canadian 2 Papa Lima, Rhine, hello, identified. Maintain Mach decimal 76, proceed direct in Monarch.
Time to do the proceed to Monarch. I have not installed
Good evening, Lufthansa 1.
my
Kilo with your flight level
hold.
380.
Even though we may not use it today, Lovis didn't need to do the hold. I always like to put the hold in on vectors to Copenhagen. So after Monarch, the hold is at Olpib. Inbound 030 right turns. Olpib. Direct to Nexo for Air Berlin 441. Okay, that just totally blows off the hold. We're not even going to bother putting it in. Direct to Nexo. And direct Nexo. No hold for us today. Wow. And 300 knots in the descent. 20,000 feet. All is right with the world. So no hold today, huh? Yeah, no suit. No hold for the spy flight. Gee, what's this world coming to? When you fly into Copenhagen and they don't make you do a hold on a Monday? They told me to descend to flight level 200, and if they give me an altitude, and they also gave me a speed, 300 knots. So when they give me an altitude, if there's going to be some constraints between here and there, if I do managed, it's going to follow them as opposed to just...
Contact Copenhagen, control on 119.555, right?
119 or decimal 555 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a great week. So that's why I just did open. I don't want it to do any constraints. I don't want it to change my speed. We're descending to Copenhagen. Guten Abend. Air Berlin 441 past flight level 250 for flight level 200, and we are maintaining 300 knots direct to Nexo.
Good evening, Air Berlin 441, Copenhagen Control, radar contact. After Nexo, follow Monarch 5 Charlie, arrival landing on race 2 to left.
After Nexo, we will fly the Monarch 5 Charlie arrival for an arrival on runway 22 left for Berlin 441. Avgeek took off from Oslo tonight. Okay, it's starting to get kind of close here. So, stuff we could do afterwards. After Copenhagen, we could go, there's no ATC here, we could go up to Stockholm. So we could go to Stockholm if we want to. Arlanda, there would be full ATC, so what we would do is we would stay on the ground and on VATSIM at EKCH, refile a flight plan for Stockholm. We could do that. There would be full ATC there. We could, a lot of this will probably start to go to bed. I don't know. We could go back into Germany. We could go down to Hamburg. Or this is also some intense ATC area right now, and maybe we're getting a little tired. It was a long weekend. We've got, looks like LA is up. We could go and do, we could take the cargo planes. It looks like Ontario, California is up. We could depart out of Ontario and go up to Oakland. There's a little bit of ATC in Texas. It looks like New York and a little bit of Indianapolis is up. So those are some things that we could do. I'm going to go and attempt to do a fast little straw poll. That's something that we all can vote on, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, and it works. BDDH is Hamburg, right?
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Okay,
Agent.
I'm about
Loyalty
ready to
noted.
do the poll. There's going to be a link into chat that you can follow. So if you just go and follow that, it's free to use and you can just click on it and you can follow that. Let's see. Star Lugo is back with a really nice resub. Hi there. Good to see you. Lovis said, was it a horrible landing today? See, the thing is it's getting a little bit, we've had a long weekend and you just got back from a big trip. So you just got back from a big trip. So, okay, fly the Nexo arrival. So after Nexo, we need to continue the descent down to 4,000 feet. Martin has landed with a 190. If you, I missed a ton of chat there, sorry. Oh, you just don't land the Phoenix very well? Okay, so here's the poll going on right now. Ontario to Oakland in cargo planes is tied.
441, continue descent when ready, flight level 090.
When ready, continue the descent 090 for Berlin 441. Aviation Dad, so you know on an Airbus side stick, there's a trigger on the back. That's not for your space lasers. That's actually the push to talk button. I'd show you, it's a little dark there. Can't see anything down there. But that's the one that the real pilots use. So we do the stuff that the real pilots do. Okay, looks like Ontario to Oakland is winning, followed by ESSA to Hamburg. I didn't mean ESSA. I meant EKCH to Hamburg. That's a long flight. EKCH to Stockholm would be nice. But it looks like we're going to do Ontario to Oakland. We can take a A300. We can take a 777, or we can take an MD-11. So we've got all sorts of choices there. I'm going to go ahead and put up a 30-second counter here, a countdown. So if you did not get to vote, the countdown is about ready to start here. Look in the lower left corner. There it is. Poll is ending in 30 seconds. 2 votes for the MD-11. That's actually a favorite airplane. It's pretty good. It's not for shooting potatoes, and you can't use it to bullseye swamp rats in Beggar's Canyon back home. Swamp rats, right? I think. I forget. I know it's Beggar's Canyon back home from Star Wars. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Ontario to Oakland is our next flight. And we're cargo flying, and it looks like the MD-11 is the winner.
Copenhagen, good evening. Quality 174, rise 200.
Quality 174, Copenhagen Control, hello, radar contact. Reduce speed 250 knots.
All right, I'm going to update the next command, so if you want to start getting ready for the flight, you actually can. I'll give you the icy cows. I'm going to do the MD-11. You can take whichever one you want. Okay, next command is done.
Apologies, the next 5, Charlie arrival.
Copenhagen Control, evening, Canadian 2 Papa Lima, passing level 283, descending 200.
Lovis might take the A300.
Copenhagen 2 Papa Lima, Copenhagen Control, radar contact. Cleared
Well, aviation, that's why you have a little bit of a dead zone in there. And you know, when I go to grab it, I mean, I can grab it right now. I'm actually shaking it a little bit, you know, and it's not disconnecting. So I have a little bit of a dead zone in there maybe. But Aviation Dad, that's not a problem. But yeah, Lovis was saying the A300 is a good choice.
Landing on way 2 to left. enter holding over waypoint all PIP as published, expected delay.
Ooh, people behind us are starting to get holds now. We should have stayed on the ground in Nuremberg a little bit longer. Done with the morning coffee.
Descent flight level 090, quality 154.
Captain Chris got a hold. Aviation Dad is going to study biology for a test tomorrow. Good luck on your test, Aviation Dad. Yeah, good luck with that, okay? Let us know how your test goes. We'll be flying tomorrow. Hey, wait a minute. What horrible teacher schedules a test on St. Patrick's Day? That's just mean. That's just mean. Keith, welcome aboard. Hi, Keith. Thanks for coming in. Loviz, you got to do your taxes. I got mine in. They're all done. I just have to shuffle some money around so I can pay them now. It actually wasn't as bad as last year. The only plus of having, you know, idiots taking the economy. Aviation Dad, you're from the Czech Republic, so you don't have St. Patrick's Day. Okay, Aviation Dad, I get that. Good luck on your test, though, tomorrow, okay? Let us know how it goes.
And Scanning 2 Papa Lima, you can reduce to holding speed if you wish.
Reduce to holding speed.
And
which is definitely a far cry from ludicrous speed, and you won't be going plaid either. So, an MD-11 flight. It is. Loviz. It basically... so I take 2 days off every week to get everything ready to go.
441, contact Copenhagen approach, frequency 118.455, bye-bye.
118.455 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Thanks, you too.
118.455. Now, since it's approach, I'm going to go and hit the EKCH arrival ATIS button here. That gets me the latest one. It's India. Copenhagen.
Descend to 4,000 feet, Turkish 6 uniform.
Copenhagen approach, very good evening. Air Berlin 441 is direct to Nexo, descending to 9,000 feet with information India.
Air Berlin 441, Copenhagen approach, good evening to you. Identified, expect time as runway 22 left, with your speed, correct, flight level 80.
Let's see, our speed, we're reducing to 250 and descend down to flight level 80 for Berlin 441, expecting 22 left. Hi, GT Boy, welcome aboard. But yeah, Loviz, I was, you know, taxes for me, it basically is an 8-hour day, two days in a row. Because I have to go through literally every transaction because I'm doing my own little business here.
200 knots.
It's maddening and stuff, but okay. And like I said, this year it doesn't look like it's going to wipe me out as bad as it did last year. Do we have the Fly Tampa for EKCH? We sure do, DK Fun Fly. Cracker, that is the two-tone Murphy, always full pint of Guinness.
120205, call 7 only, Turkish 6 uniform. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it is. Well, you know, if we were like, you know, 100 years younger, or at least I was 100 years younger, and I was back, you know, doing, you know, having a job, doing the weather on TV, yeah, I had a W-2 and a retirement account, and that was it. And I could do it myself, but doing my own little business is like, I don't know. So fortunately, a friend of a friend recommended somebody who's very good and, you know, does the best she can. But, you know, if you're a small business owner. 1012 on the altimeter, descending now 4,000 feet for Berlin 441. But yeah, doing your own small business thing is to be blunt, terrifying. Flight Sim Aviation, never apologize if you didn't hear an answer to a question. Questions are cool here. We are going to do a cargo flight in the MD-11, Ontario to Oakland. Do I use Flight Tampa for Vegas? Yes. And I got that recently updated, and holy moly, is that a nice... They did a good job on that. They really did a good job on that. But yeah, cargo flying Ontario to Oakland, dusting off the MD-11. Favorite airplane. Absolutely favorite airplane. Among others. Senor Tomas, the default for Vegas isn't bad, but I think that they did a really good job. Okay, KONT, Ontario. So I do have an Ontario scenery from Vertical Sim. And KOAK, there is an Oakland. I think that was a freeware, and we're going to put Oakland and Ontario in there. Let me just make sure I don't have this over here. I thought I moved it. Nope, I didn't move it. Okay. No reason to have it in there twice. This, if you don't know, this little thing that I'm using here, this is called add-on linker. I don't use it nearly as well as I should, but it's how you move sceneries in and out of your community folder so you can save resources. You can. Now, I'm doing them for airports that are on the other side of the globe. So it's nowhere near where we're flying now. Now, if we were all of a sudden saying that we're going to go to Stockholm, I would wait until after we're done with this flight, because Stockholm's pretty close to where we are. But those other ones, I don't worry about it. Do we have a slowdown here? Nexo, 250 knots. Nope.
Copenhagen approach, good evening, quality 174, direct Nexo.
Quality 174, Copenhagen approach identified, good evening, descend to 5080, expect on altitude.
Activate the LS system.
80 and we're expecting
Loviz, I'm going to pass on this flight. There's a vent at 2300 Zulu into DTW. Good luck. I know you're talking about doing taxes and stuff, Loviz. So good luck with that. It was maddening for me too, so sending all my best wishes. Loviz says that there is an event over here. It's Monday night at Detroit Metro. We might fly either in or out of it. I don't know. Let's see. It's at 2300. 220 knots for Berlin 441. I'm not sure if I'll be there or not for that. Still recovering from a night the other night of just no sleep, so. Captain Chris says it's a nice Delta flight. You know, we've got a nice Delta livery for our A350 though. Do an A350 flight out of Detroit or into Detroit. Atlanta up to Detroit. Those are two big Delta hubs.
5,000 feet, direct Charlie Hotel 63.
Loviz. Oh, that's right. There's a widget livery for the MD-11. Yeah, that's it. That would be good. Yeah, that might give us an opportunity to fly the A350. I had a good time with that the other day. I know JSG Droid didn't, but I did.
Sloppy 1740, descend flight level 70.
You could also add and remove airplanes. I generally...
441, your call sign only to final 120.205. Good evening.
120.205 with call sign for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week. That's right. Irvi had fun with the A350 until it wassomed. Yes, that's become a verb now, hasn't it? Finals, good Nabend from Air Berlin 441. (120.205). Man, I have no business flying around here at all. I'm an idiot tonight. Martin, the KITAC that I use is default. I don't have a. I have default.
I think you said 310 for Lufthansa 1255, not coming in real clear.
Alright, still looks good. Okay, I'll check again.
Lufthansa 1255, turn left heading 310 degrees.
310 for Lufthansa 1255.
Arrivals, good Nabend from Air Berlin 441.
Air Berlin 441, good Nabend, mein Herr. Customer final identified, send 3000.
Send 3000 for Berlin 441.
Circle 6 Juliet uniform, contact tower 118 or 105. So long.
118, 105, Circle 6 uniform, bye bye.
Lufthansa 1255, left turn heading 250 degrees, clear ILS 22 left.
250 cleared for the ILS for 22 left. Thanks for the patience, Lufthansa 1255.
All good. EC27 Golf Lima, reduce speed 180 knots until 60 ME, contact tower 118. Correction 119 at decimal 355. So long.
180.26, 119 at 305, EC27 Golf Lima, so long.
119 at 355, sir.
355, EC27 Golf Lima.
Air Berlin 441, fly heading 360 degrees, reduce speed 200.
Speed down to 200. Our new heading is 360 degrees for Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 1255.
Flaps 1.
180 knots until 60 ME.
Flapser 1.
180 till 60 ME for Lufthansa 1255.
And Air Berlin 441, continue the turn heading 310 degrees.
Continue the turn 310 for Air Berlin 441. In an event like this, I've just having that autopilot right there.
Yeah, radio check.
I'm executing the turn as I'm acknowledging the instruction. That means that we can stay so far ahead. You know, that means we're just doing exactly what we need to do when ATC needs us to do it. I feel like that.
Air Berlin 441, turn left heading 250 degrees, cleared ILS, runway 22 left.
250 degrees, cleared for the ILS, runway 22 left for Berlin 441. I got glide slope and localizer. Let's arm the approach.
Hi, 950.
Approach is armed.
3000.
The VHHH bundle is really cool. So, Martin, when you pick up Hong Kong, there's two things to get: the airport and the city, and the city file. Okay. You're gonna see that you pay for the airport and you'll pay for the city file. But if you buy the airport, go ahead and put the city file, the city highlights and stuff file, in your shopping cart, and when you check out, you'll find that the city file is free when you buy it. So just pop it in there, but you'll only pay for the airport. And I will tell you, I was really quite impressed with the Hong Kong airport. It was great. But then the city file at night was really nice too. It was really nice. Okay, let's see, what do we got here? Flaps are on, speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are set, passengers are in their seats. I don't do taxi light until I'm cleared to land.
Berlin, correction, Thai 950, turn left heading 350.
Left heading 350, Thai 950.
Heading 7 kilo, turn right heading 145.
I feel bad for this controller. This controller's been having mic problems for a while now.
Heading 190.
Scandinavian 77 kilo, I can't read you, you're breaking up.
Turn right heading 190.
190, Scandinavian 77 kilo.
2,500.
Berlin 441, 160, maintain till 4 miles.
160 knots until 4 miles DME for Berlin 441.
777 kilo, descend to 2,000 feet.
2000, Scandinavian 77
Gear going down.
950, speed to 180 knots.
Speed 180 knots, Thai 950.
Final quality 174.
Air Berlin 441, contact tower 118.105. Bye-bye.
118.105 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Thai 950, turn left heading 250, cleared ILS, runway 22 left.
Question left heading 250, cleared ILS to the left, Thai 950.
Scandinavian 77 kilo.
1235.
36 Juliet uniform, contact apron 121.630.
12160, Turkish 60, uniform, bye-bye.
Catch Strip Tower, very good evening. Berlin 441 is 2 miles from the runway.
Berlin 441, Catch Strip Tower, good afternoon, wind 290 degrees at 3 knots. Continue approach runway to the left, number 1.
Continue the approach, number 1 for the runway, Berlin 441. Bounce it. Are there snakes on the runway? Long as there's not snakes on a plane. If there's no snakes on the plane, we're good. I'm going to try not to bounce it. I do try to do good landings. I just really suck at them.
4. Expediting off the runway here for Sun 1255.
100 above. Minima.
Landing.
200.
Berlin 441, preceding is vacating, runway to the left, clear to land, expedite vacating.
Clear to land, and we'll get off the runway quick, Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 1255, welcome to Copenhagen. Thank you very much for your help, sir. Continue by Bravo, portrait of Zulu, personally 12.
I did bounce. Oh
Bravo,
my gosh, I bounced
Zulu,
after all the
and,
humiliation.
The rest of that for Sun 1255.
Crush runway 12.
11812 for the Sun 1255.
Well, yeah, it is kind of like a sixth sense, isn't it? And that's getting off the runway quick, though. We may have bounced, but we got off the runway quick. We did not interfere with traffic.
Construct Tower, very good evening, Scandinavian 77 kilo, 5 miles final runway to the left.
277 kilo, Catch Tower, good evening, wind 290 degrees at 3 knots, runway to the left, clear to land.
Let's land to the left, Scandinavian 77 kilo.
Scandinavian 77 kilo, expedite vacating.
Expediting vacating, Scandinavian 77 kilo.
Berlin 441, welcome to Copenhagen. Taxi by Bravo. Left on runway 12, hold short of Delta.
Left on runway 12 will hold short of Delta for Berlin 441. So left and immediate turn to the right. Tremors were detected under the... No, there weren't tremors. We didn't set off any kind of a... Captain Sibby is joining in with the basketballs too. Oh, the horrid humiliation. There were no tremors. The seismic monitors didn't register an earthquake. Oh, you saw it? Oh, okay. So I can't BS my way out of this, huh? 119.355 for Berlin 441. Something about a tsunami. Was it really that bad? I mean, seriously, how bad was it? Minus 552, 1.1 Gs. Okay, so, you know, it's typical for the spy flight. Not great, not terrible. Cast Trip Tower.
Alpha Delta hold short runway 12.
Alpha Delta hold short 12, ET27 Golf Lima.
Cast Trip hello from Berlin 441 on the runway holding short of Delta.
Berlin 441, Castle Tower, hello. Continue via runway 30, vacate via Kilo 2 and hold short of taxiway Kilo.
Continue on runway 30. We'll hold short of Kilo 2. We'll exit at Kilo 2 and hold short of Kilo for Berlin 441. Is Wolfie here? Hi, Wolfie. Hey, welcome aboard. Briggsy, I heard you knocked a coffee cup off the Heathrow's AT. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It was a little heavy, but we were expediting and getting off the runway. We were being very good pilots today. Right? We were being good pilots today, right? I'm not going to get away with this one, am I? Yeah, I have done worse. I really have. Could have been worse. How? It could have been raining. Kireen, welcome aboard. Doncaster Sheffield is reopening. Really? No, it was 500, not 5,000. I've seen less bouncing on a basketball court. It was one frickin' bounce, and I don't even think that it detected it. It was not that bad. I'm serious. It could have been an awful lot worse. There could have been dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, but there wasn't. No, it was 500, not 5,000. See? There's only 2 digits after the 5, not 3. So not nearly as Volante was just Volante. That's right. I would think since it's being replaced, I would have thought that it would be a lot meaner. I am not going to get away with this landing at all, am I? I guess I get absolutely no credit whatsoever for getting off the runway fast. I'm supposed to go all the way to Kilo 2. Hey, we had a really good song playing. 121,630 for Berlin 441. Thank you.
EC89 November Echo, winds calm, runway 22 right, clear to land.
Runway 22 right, clear to land, EC89 November Echo.
EC27 Golf Lima on the up.
Information Juliet is good. You are clear to destination via the Nexon 2 charge departure stroke 0330.
Cleared to Düsseldorf via Nexon 2 Charlie arrival and squawking 0330. You want Echo Mike.
I cheated and I did the right clang. Apron, good Abend. Air Berlin 441 is just off of runway 30 at Kilo 2.
Air Berlin 441, gas from apron and go after taxi stand Elster 22 over Kilo and Juliet.
Go into stand 22 via Kilo and Juliet for Air Berlin 441. Kilo and Juliet. Okay, it's a left turn. Left turn. Never mind the aircraft, check the runway. There's no gouges of concrete missing out of the runway. It was not that bad. Yeah, of course, yes, Seattle. I could have run off the runway, and there could have been fake flames all over the place. Something called Elevate X. Elevate X. Yes, there were no gouges missing out of the runway.
And back to 118-105?
Karen Cero, ciao ciao, welcome aboard.
Okay, we're talking south, so we've already...
Okay, Alpha 22. There's 28, 27, we're going to Alpha 22.
Yeah, not a jet aircraft. System 114.
Apologies, my bad. For contact me and I'll send you...
Yeah, thank you, Captain McCoy. It was a great landing. We got off the runway quickly. We did what ATC needed us to do. There were a bunch of airplanes stacked up overhead. They were running short of fuel. And instead of float, and going for butter, we put that airplane down on the runway and got off the runway as quick as we could. We have flight sim nerves of steel. Alpha 23. And there is our stand, Alpha 22. Ooh, we get a jetway today. ZLP is not buying it. Charles Yerkes is in control. Stop with the video game logic. Hey, if we're going to do video game logic and stuff, then I'm going to get Eva and Cassandra in on this one and start hacking and slashing. They would say that that was a warrior's landing, to quote, you know, Commander Worf. Parking brakes on. Saeed, welcome aboard. Benchy is apron. Hi, Benchy. Thank you. Your apron today. I have a distinct voice. I don't mean to. APU is on. Engine number 1 and engine number 2. Let's turn off Mr. Transponder. Reset the rudder for our next crew. And we're going to do fuel pumps. Fuel pumps off. Our next flight is in a big old MD-11. If you feel like joining us, we're going to depart out of Ontario. Crew supply of oxygen. Bacon's going off. Let's do the seatbelt sign going off too. Come over here and we'll hit deboard. I've got it set up so that when we get to the gate, the jetway will come out. And there we go. We made it. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. Thank you, Benchy, for coming in and saying hello. Got a couple of Eurowings flights over here ready to go too. So busy night in Copenhagen as usual. And yeah, maybe a little bit heavy here, but not that. And as far, it didn't even record the bounce. Didn't record a bounce at all. So I'm going to say that that was a really good VATSIM, Vectors to Copenhagen event. Despite some, you know, critics in the press, I think that we're doing pretty good. Someone was hurt and the police are on the way. Please do not flee the scene of the crime. Yeah, just the captain's, you know, feelings. Okay, we all set for Ontario next? Let's get ready for Ontario in the MD-11.
New recruit detected.
Hey, listen,
Welcome
look
aboard,
is
Agent.
in chat.
Stay
Welcome
sharp.
aboard, Hey, listen, look. Just getting ready to do another flight. This is going to be in the TFDI MD-11. It's cargo flying out of Ontario in California. What else can we do here? Let's go ahead while the sim's taking a little bit of a breather here. We'll clean out all of our notes. There was our taxi notes. That was really good. We don't need the gate. We don't need this squawk code. We don't need that or climb and maintain or the flight plan or the 380. Okay, we're all good to go there. And we can go and start getting ready for Ontario. So let's see what's going on. It looks like Oakland's got ground up. RND, what a rookie I was. I landed in front of you right as I turned on finals. My runners turned off the autopilot and you had to resequence. That's okay. Look, a lot of this is live and learn, okay? VATSIM is an awful lot of live and learn. Now you know about that. The learning curve is big when it comes to VATSIM. Oakland is landing. It's going to be runway 30 to land. So we're all good with our landing there. Coming on down to Ontario. Ontario is going to be landing and departing 26 left and right. I'm going to guess it's going to be 26 right because it's a little longer, right? And to Ontario, California, it's the big cargo hub over here. Warrior Wolf is lurking right now. Thank you for coming in and happy lurking. Let's get Microsoft Flights. Oh, no, we need to turn off a few things. We're going to turn off SimApp Pro. And we don't need the McDo or the autopilot, so we're going to pop those off. And we got SimApp Pro off, right? We did. Let's also recycle Volanta. And I think we can start Sim now. You weren't even close to touching your rudders, huh? I don't know. Sometimes they're just super duper sensitive. Okay, new flight. Let's get the Panda plane. So FDX, flight 441, KONT, Ontario, California. We are going to KOAK. This is a real world flight. I think that UPS does this one though. We need an MD-11. MD-11 and get the one with the F on the back of it so that you know that it's freight. There's the Panda plane. It shifts it to units of pounds. And let's see. It's got us blasting off on 8 left, but they say 26 right. So we're going to flip to the right runway. It's got us landing on runway 30. That's pretty good. Not much ATC, but I am going to board 15 minutes of VATSIM fuel just because you never know. Let's generate flight. Let's see. Parking brakes go off. I fly this with the throttles in Boeing mode. Hi, Throx. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. So, you know, in the Airbus, you lift the 2 little levers and you can pull the throttles back for reverse thrust. In this case, I lock them up completely and have the throttles go all the way down, all the way up. And I will use a button on the side of the throttles to put us into nav mode. Let's view the flight plan. And this is going to be... And this is going to be... I'm going to update the title over on Twitch. And we'll see if I do it right. Did I say nav mode? Did I say the wrong word? Probably. Control C. Control V. What would I do without Control C and Control V? And you can also look at my flight plan file by doing !point flight plan on either Twitch or YouTube. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. And flight level 320, that sounds like a perfectly good altitude for this flight. It's only 55 minutes of flying on this one. And we are filed on VATSIM. No chickening out possible now. No chickening out possible. And then there's also an event. Let's look at the time and see how late it's going to be. It's at 2300 Zulu. The current time is 2000 Zulu. So that might be a little late. Remember, we are flying tomorrow, departing out of Glasgow for Dublin for St. Patrick's Day, and then Greensboro to Boston. Why Greensboro? Because it's green. Why Boston? Because that's big Irish town, right? And I'm certain that I don't have to explain why we're flying into Dublin tomorrow. At some point in the next few, I think weeks at the most, Polyot found a groovy little game that we're going to try. And I'm going to put a link into it here. It's a little thing called Repo. I know nothing about it, but at some point we're going to try and play Repo together. I don't know. It could be dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, but it could be fun. Oh, that is, that's Yoshi the pilot, right? Looks a little like a teddy bear. Let's see. Brooksy, it would be neat if there was a Chicago River add-on for St. Patty for the Green River. Wolfie says that Repo is going to be a giggle fest. Okay. You know, Brooksy, that would be kind of cool. Because that's a big deal in Chicago for St. Patrick's Day. In fact, I think that they're already spraying the special coloring into the Chicago River, you know, for St. Patrick's Day, even as we speak. That's a neat idea. I don't know if they would do, you know, how, if there's a developer. I mean, maybe if there was a developer out there that wanted to do like a really good Chicago O'Hare Airport that actually has the taxiways and the places where the taxiways are, they could also set it up so St. Patrick's Day, the river turns green. Is there special food that you eat on St. Patrick's Day? I think it's more about the adult beverages that one consumes rather than food. I know, Wolfie, what am I thinking? An O'Hare Airport with accurate taxiways? I mean, seriously. Patty Fancy says there's something called Irish stew that you would have on St. Patrick's Day. So Irish stew, Patty Fancy, here we got it. Irish stew is a traditional hearty stew from Ireland, traditionally made with lamb or mutton. Isn't lamb and mutton the same thing? Or maybe mutton's deer, right? Potatoes and onions, though modern versions often use beef and add other root vegetables like carrots, parsnips, and herbs like thyme. The classic recipe involves browning the meat, simmering it slowly with the vegetables in the broth until tender, and serving it as chunky, comforting food, sometimes thickening the broth with a little bit of flour or barley. Lamb is young mutton. Okay. And so here's a couple of pictures of an Irish stew. That looks good. That looks really good. Sibi, that's Kleftiko. Did I say that right, Sibi? Is that a Greek dish? Kleftiko? Irby says that you have that with fresh bread, and that's a real treat. Captain Chris had to put a dent in the runway. Oh, no, Captain Chris. 636. Yeah, today was kind of a hard day. Let's see. Yeah, you could also do like Guinness pie. That's really good, Guinness pie. So basically you take beef tips and you fill up a pot with Guinness beer, dump the beef tips in it, and cook it for like 5 hours. So it's like super duper tender. And it's really, really good. Warrior Wolf, would we... I bet cabbage would also. Like, I bet some sort of cabbage, you're right. Okay, start. Let's go get our MD-11. So I said it right, it's called Cleftico. That sounds good, I'll try that. All right, we can find it easy. MD-1. There is our MD-11 with a cute little teddy bear on the side. Okay, we're going to KONT, Ontario, California. Captain Chris off to work. Hey, Captain Chris. Late shift tonight and then 3 days off. Say hi to Frankfurt for us. Have a great evening. Drive safe or travel safe to work. And we'll check in with you later. We may be wrapping up after this flight, though, because we got a day tomorrow, too. Corned beef and cabbage is an Irish dish. I probably should avoid things like, corned, because the jokes are already as bad. Really bad anyway. I don't see anybody here at FedEx land. And start the flight. Here comes our big old MD-11. The jokes are corny enough. Yes, we don't want to make them any cornier. But yeah, Sibby, there is one dish that we served at the Irish pub. And it really was good. It's called Guinness pie. And here's a couple of pictures. And actually, it really is pretty tasty. I'll put a link in there. It's going to be a really big, long link and stuff if you want to see some of these pictures. But again, you cook beef tips basically in Guinness beer for like 5 hours so that the meat is super duper tender. I mean, super duper monster tender. It's a little loud with that. Do not forget to shuck the hulls off of the corn. And there's our MD-11. There's our cute little teddy bear. Shift C. Let's get on VATSIM. Irby says there's a thing called steak and ale pie and they make it with Newcastle. I'll bet that would be really good. Atlas System is making the sausage thingy right now. A Newcastle, that sounds like it'd be really good too. I don't know. Maybe it's been so long since I've ever had like good Newcastle, but as I remember, it was so good. FDX, flight 441. We are in MD-11 and connect. Let's go ahead and get Volanta started. Here comes Volanta. Of course, it needs to download an update. Another thing that we would also make at the Irish pub where I worked was a thing called cottage pie. And another word would be like shepherd's pie. And so that was basically browned ground beef, peas and carrots, and basically you would also cook it with a little bit of brown gravy and Worcestershire sauce. And so it had a real Worcestershire saucy flavor to it. And then what we would do is we would have really cool little mashed potatoes. And we would put the mashed potatoes in a little bowl that was really good. And then after that, we would do mashed potatoes on top of it and then sprinkle a snappy cheddar cheese and stuff on that. And we made that, and it was really good. Sibby's had shepherd's pie. Yeah, so shepherd's pie or cottage pie is what we called it at the pub where I was. Let's do Volanta. And Volanta should be set and ready to go. Was it run by someone who actually had an Irish passport, or was it one of those Americans, trust me, I'm Irish? Okay, so family came from Ireland. He was in the Merchant Marine, and he took the test to be a, they had a test in the Merchant Marine for people when they were starting to do nuclear things. And he got a really good grade on the test, so he became one of the Merchant Marines engineers for the only civilian combination cargo passenger nuclear powered ship. And then after that, really didn't work out so well. After that, he went and he got a job with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and with this little thing called 3 Mile Island blew up, they actually called him. He was one of the people that they brought in. And he was a merchant mariner. So, and he married a local Irish girl in the area who was an English teacher. And he could cuss like a sailor and stuff, and their family always wanted to build an Irish pub. So they did at this little lake, and it was really good. It's where I found my boat. Captain Lorian, thank you for a 3-month resub. Thank you for awesome, really great support and helping me to keep the lights on here. Why do we always talk about food? Well, it's just a thing here on the Spy Flight. I'm sorry, cats are love. It's just a thing that we do. It's really bad, I know. And you know, we also had the proper stuff so that we had really good Guinness. So we had the McGatton box on there, so and nitrogen. So when we poured a Guinness, it tasted really good. But yeah, this was an Irish family, and they were really cool. It was a long time ago for me, a very long time ago, and they kind of took me in, you know, when jobs went crazy. ZLP had a ribeye steak and a beer today and is ready for sleeping. Sibby actually, so you made shepherd's pie yourself? I'll bet that was really good. I don't know if you've seen the pictures that Sibby posts over on Discord of food, but when Sibby makes something, it looks really great, and I'm sure it tastes better. Okay, we've got stairs. And I think that Captain Lorian, your sub, started a hype train. Thank you for a little bit of extra support. That was nice of you. Thanks, Captain Lorian. Okay, we got stairs, so we're all ready to go. Here is our MD-11. So let's look down here, and I want to make sure that I've got control over my throttles. Those are good. I've got speed brakes. Speed brakes are good. Come down here. The side stick works, and the rudder pedals. I always like to check those. Shepherd's and cottage pie are great starter dishes. You'll find them in almost any student recipe book. It really, really, I actually enjoyed the cottage pie more than the Guinness pie at that place. And when they took me in, I was also, you know, did a little bartending, did a little bit of managing, did a lot of dishes. And then after about 3 weeks, they basically said, okay, we're putting you in charge of making the Guinness pie now and the cottage pie. You make it better than anybody. So these were things that we would cook before the pub opened.
Top clearance
so yeah,
granted,
I got to do that.
Loyalty
I haven't cooked
noted.
those things in so long here at Spy HQ. Nomad just did a resub. Thanks for the Nomad, the resub, Nomad. Thank you for being here for 10 months and some really nice jet fuel in my flight plan, helping me to keep my lights on. I don't think we can have an Airbus hat on for this flight. Okay, we're going to open the 1L door for passengers and the cargo main door. So we'll get those opened up. And there's our big doors open. Thanks, Nomad. I really appreciate the support. Robert the Guardy, good to see you. And there's our doors open, and that's good too. I'm doing good, Nomad, and I hope you are too. Thank you. We've got a GPU and wheel chocks already in, so go to dispatch, import the flight plan. It's in pounds, Ontario to Oakland. Let's turn the airplane on. On switch. And the battery button goes on first. Always get a charge out of turning on the battery. And with that, we'll do external power and see if Betty's aboard. Betty is aboard, although Betty could be a little bit louder. Let's go ahead and do emergency exit lights armed. Got to refuel, no smoking goes on, and nav lights can go on too. And all of that looks really good. Come on down here. And our airplane is coming to life. That's right, outside voice, Betty. You need to talk a little bit louder. All right, we've got a caution. We'll clear the caution. Come on down here. FMC. Navigation database is groovy. So let's go and start. I top to bottom and I stop in the middle. So we can go and automatically send all this. So set payload and fuel. Or you could also hit send the flight plan to the FMC.
Confirmed.
Let's do that.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Dusty just did a
Royalty
resub. Hey,
noted.
Dusty, thanks for the resub today. Good to see you. Thanks for being here for 32 months, Dusty. And happy Monday. Happy Monday. Hope your week's going okay. Robert, we are doing Ontario, California to Oakland. It's a cargo run. Hi, Rich. Welcome back. All right, and now you can see that Ontario and Oakland are listed. Now this is one of those planes where you're gonna need your your PDF flight plan. And see how this one says Nürnberg to Kastrup? So that's not the current flight plan. I gotta save it. So let's go and save it to the desktop. It is. This airplane's kind of majestic, isn't it? Okay, let's try that again. And back we go. Ontario to Oakland. That's perfect. So let's see. Our alternate today is KSMF, KSMF. KSMF, KSMF. Alternate. Our flight number is FDX. Flight 441. Got to get the 1 in there. And there we go. Now, over here it says position reference. So that's our cue to stop in the flight management computer. Look up here. And we're going to turn on the nav stuff, the IRSs. When you turn on the first one, it'll also do the cargo fire test. There we go. Cargo fire test is good. We'll turn on nav 2, the auxiliary nav, and come down here and turn emergency power to arm. And come back down here, and it's going to say initialize the IRS. Please initialize the IRS, otherwise your IRSs will not initialize. You got to do it. Our cruise is flight level 320. Our cost index on this flight is 20. And if you look up here, it says 1/3, so we got 3 pages to do with this airplane. So page 2. We're supposed to board 45,800 pounds of fuel. Right now, you can see that I haven't boarded my fuel. So, yes, otherwise, yes, please initialize your IRS or the IRSs will not initialize. Stabilizer emotions are always in. That's right. So we got a number here, 19.8. Let's go ahead and jot that down so that we can do a calculation correctly. So 19,800 pounds is what we have aboard the airplane right now. Okay, so we got that done. Now then, let's go ahead and load the plane, set payload and fuel. Payload is set. And if we come over to the payload tab, you'll see that our zero fuel weight is set to 427.3. So 427,000 pounds. It's a lot of Wilson volleyballs. Now we can go and start building stuff up. So ZFW 427.3. 427.3. And that comes in right here. Now fuel, block fuel, that's going to be up here. And now it's at 45.8 because we've loaded the plane. So 45.8. That goes in there. Next, we need our zero fuel weight center of gravity. And as you can see over here, it says our center of gravity is 22.3. So let's hit zero fuel weight center of gravity. And it should automatically put it in there. And it says 20.9. Let's look at the takeoff center of gravity. That says 22.3. But that's where you can go and get those pieces, those little bits of information. Just like the Airbus, we're going to put in our fuel budget. So taxi fuel is 1,500 pounds. So 1.5 for taxi. Route reserve is 15 minutes, and that's 4.8. You don't do alternate, and final should be about 3.8. My final reserve was 7.3 because I boarded some extra fuel. And we're good to go there. Now then, it was 45.8, right? That's what we boarded our fuel. So what we need to do is we need to do some math. So 45,000 minus 19, which was already aboard. I'm going to use Mr. Calculator because, you know, math. So 45,800 pounds of fuel minus what was aboard the plane already is 19.8. Means that we actually boarded 26,000 pounds of fuel. Go to page 3, and then it wants your refueling quantity right there. So 26.0 was our actual refueling, and we don't have any ballast. Okay, so we're good to go there. We are good to go here. Let's go to services, and we're going to close the cargo main door. Cargo main is because we're loaded. Let's come down here. I'm going to hit the hydraulic button. Apparently these big old MDs leaked a lot of hydraulic fluid. So what we're going to do is pressurize the hydraulic system while one of the pilots is out walking around to look for hydraulic leaks. So you do that by hitting that hydraulic button up there, come over here and do hydraulic pressure test. It's up here at the top. And then if you look down here, you can see now it says the hydraulic pressure test is going, and each one of those systems will fully pressurize. Okay, so that looks really good. I have not gotten a PDC yet. Usually we get a PDC here. Ontario ATIS, Information Yankee. Let's see, there is Ontario Approach. Is that us? Got a couple of airplanes here. Ontario. SoCal is up. So we got SoCal over here. This is 125.5. I'm going to guess that's what we need to do. 125.5. 125.5. Let's listen and see. Wolfie, that you got, that's 125.5. Okay. And we'll listen in a little bit here so I don't go blasting away over, because I do that a lot and I try not to. We are at FedEx terminal parking. Agent Mr. Scaldi is now a subscriber over on YouTube. Thank you for being a subscriber on YouTube. Thanks, Agent. I am at FedEx stand 7. Thank you. Welcome on in. Wolfie says it's pretty quiet. Polyot says ATC must have caught wind of your previous landing. They're pretending I wasn't here. It wasn't that bad. It was not that bad. I mean, we didn't have to do a gear inspection. It wasn't over 600, right? So, all right. SoCal, hello there from FedEx 441, a big old MD-11 at FedEx Stand 7 in Ontario. Ontario ATIS Information Yankee is aboard, requesting clearance up to Oakland.
X441 Heavy, SoCal approach. Hello, I expect PDC in just a moment.
PDC, we'll wait here. Thanks so much for FedEx 441. Cool. It's a very quiet ZLP, says Katz. Pretty sure engineering used their discretion and asked for one, of course. Of course they did. All right, 8 cars. Here we go. Look at that. We're going to be doing the Sunshine departure. Corey's transition. Flight level 230. Squawk is 2432. 2432. Cleared Sunshine departure. Climb via the SID, maintain 14,000. Expect flight level 3205 after departure. Departure frequency is 125.5. And contact for taxi. All right. Cool. Now, actually, the engineering guy says, nah, it's okay. That pilot's, yeah, that plane's good and strong. He's a good pilot. Let's do a flight plan. Ontario. SID. We are expecting runway. I didn't copy the route in. Take the route off of the flight plan, Control C it, and then put it over into the flight strip. That way you just got all the information you really need right there. And we don't need that math right there. And that way I can copy stuff in awfully quickly. I don't think any aircraft engineer in the history of aviation has said that. Probably not. But I can hope and dream, right? All right, it's 26 right. And it's going to be the Sunshine 5 departure. And we're exiting at Corey's. And let's insert that into the flight plan. Cool. Let's come on down here. After Corey's, it's Argood, and then Oakland, Star. We're going into ILS runway 30. It's the EMSO 4 arrival. EMSO 4 via Argood and Mission. and insert. Vroom, vroom. Right. AvGeek had a minus 280, had a great landing rate in the Max 8, a little bit floaty. Who is our resident wind wing expert for PFPs? LOL got a question. I don't think I would qualify as an expert, so I'll just be quiet and close our passenger door. All right, let's see. Come on down here. The hydraulic pressure test looks like it was good, so let's go to engines. Let's do the engine fire test up here. And engine fire test is groovy, so we'll start up the APU. And let's see, our altimeter setting here in beautiful downtown Ontario is 2998. So 2998 here. 2998, good. We have an initial climb clearance of 14,000 feet. 14,000 feet. That looks good. Buckeye says to hydrate. Hi there. Crythor says my PFP7 is registering in SimApp Pro as a PFP3. I've got no clue. Sorry to be of so little help. We did get a squawk code. Let's put our squawk code in here, and that is 2432. 2432. Looking good. Yeah, I don't think I've got a clue on that one. I'm sorry. And APU is coming up. It looks like it's good. Let's go ahead and do the APU bleed. We're going to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Doors are closed. Seatbelts are going to go on. Disconnect the GPU. I'm going to do parking brakes. Parking brakes are good. Wheel chocks removed, and that gets us off that page. Performance. Ontario, we are departing off of runway 26 right. And let's go and get weather information. 2998, the altimeter is correct. Gross weight. And calculate. It's going to be a 59-degree flex temperature takeoff with flaps 10. So dial a flap goes to 10. And we'll do takeoff and approach. Flaps 10. I have already forgotten my flex temperature, so flex temperature is 59 degrees. Somebody just did a resub. Free Lethal is back with a nice resub. Hi, Free Lethal. Thanks for the resub today. Thank you for being here for 37 months and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for keeping me going here. That's odd IRL. That's what VATSIM has got. Free Lethal. VATSIM has got us over on the other runway. No idea why. All right. Let's do slope is up 0.1 with a 8-knot tailwind. Plus 0.1 slash minus, and I forgot the wind speed, 8 knots, minus 8. Good. Our outside air temperature here is 33 degrees Celsius. It wants the sea. And our speeds for takeoff are going to be 146, 159, 170. 146, 159, and 170. All that looks good. Our departure heading, we can go to charts. This is not really great charts app, but it's okay. KONT, Ontario, and search. And taxi. Airport. And what we need is our runway heading. It's 258. Yep, 258. Let's reset. Let's set that. $258. Okay, that looks really good. That looks really good. Let's go ahead and get GSX set up to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. So our stairs are going to go away. Our crew chief's going to come out and probably walk through that loader. That wing walker is going to walk through the stairs, so there's no respect for the laws of physics here. Just none. Diamond Mike says spy hat. We're going to have to use this. We'll have to use this one for this flight. There goes the stairs. Here comes the guy with the gear pin. And these humans that you see are supposed to be the actual size of humans, so that shows how big the airplane is.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Okay, everything's looking pretty good here. We're going to go to ignition A. And everything looks good up here. I'm sure I've forgotten something, but I can't remember. It's the only time that we do as we're told. Let's do traffic, data, airports. Let's do ATC transponder and altitude reporting. Looks good. Hey, we're good pilots. We do what we're told.
8090, do you copy?
Left aircraft calling SoCal approach, go ahead.
United 8090 requesting IFR clearance to Las Vegas.
Flight Sim Aviation, it's a great airplane.
8090, set your position.
I really like this one. Push and start is at our own discretion, so we can do our own push. We're going to go nose, right, tail
United
left.
8090, are you on the ground at LA?
I did free lethal, and we got it working. We took it on, taken on some good flights lately, and it's been working pretty good.
Could you repeat that again?
Are we ready?
United 8090, contact LA Center,
Beacon.
126.52.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
There we go. Flight Sim Aviation. I enjoy the A346. It's kind of fun. It's a pricey airplane. So unless it's your favorite, I don't know if it's something that you're going to want or not. I think you should make your own decision as to whether or not it's something. The airplane's being retired quite a bit. So if it's a favorite, yeah, it's a good airplane. It's not something you're going to fly very much. I kind of feel like now's the time to save some money with the economy and crazy town and stuff. Starting engine number 3. N2 is going up. The Lufthansa cargo pilots that I was watching on those cockpit videos started fuel at 17 or 18%. And fuel. And parking brakes. Hey, Gunslinger Center, welcome on in. So engine on the right wing is spinning up right now.
FedEx 508 heavy, wind at Ontario 030 at 12, gust 26, you're able to do that.
Hey, FedEx 508.
7508 Heavy, roger, runway 26,
Got
takeoff.
one engine spinning. Let's start another one.
Unlocking gear.
Engine number 1 starts. Start the engines on the wings first. $15, $16, $17, and fuel. There goes engine number 1. Free Lethal heard they were going to do an A330-900 Neo. I may have to wait and pick that up instead. Now, I have not heard that one yet, about an A330-900. And that engine's good. Starting engine number 2, the one up in the tail. Engine number 1's coming up. Engine number 3 is stable. Engine number 2 starts. And fuel. Yeah, I don't think that I've heard about an A330-900 Neo, but I don't know that I pay an awful lot of attention to A330s. And that engine's coming up nicely. Looks good. APU bleed goes off. Trim is going to be 5.8.
7508 Heavy, radar contact, altitude.
That's 2,300.
5.8 set. Flaps are 10. Auto brakes, takeoff. Speed brakes armed.
Information Zulu current at Ontario. Wind 03012, gust 26, altimeter 29908, runway 8 left and 8 right in use.
And we get to redo our flight plan. Okay, so it's going to be the 8s now. So my guess is it's going to be 8 left. Let's see, can we still use Sunshine? My guess is we can still use the Sunshine departure. Yeah, it's, oh, this makes it a little more interesting. We get to do a groovy little turn back to Sunshine. Okay, we can handle that. So let's come over here and do flight plan. Change. SID. 8 left. And it's still the Sunshine departure. I think all of that's still good. Corey transition. Yep, we got all of that set. That's good, but we need to redo our performance. And our performance is going to be... eight left. New weather information. New weights. And redo this. 59 degrees, flaps 10, those are the same, but the headwind component has changed, and now it's a downslope.
Loyalty noted.
JSG Droid is back with a really nice resub. Hi, JSG Droid. Hey, welcome aboard. We're just getting ready to go here. JSG Droid, that was a tier 3 resub too. That was like a monster resub from JSG Droid. Has been here for 42 months. And for a droid, JSG Droid never has a bad motivator. So we don't need to call Uncle Owen about that. Minus 0.1 plus 8. Minus 0.1 on the slope. Slash plus 8. Everything else stays the same. 137, 159, 170. 137, 159, 170, but we're going to need a new runway heading. And our new runway heading is going to be too small to read. 078 degrees. All right, the altimeter is still 2998, so I think we're ready to go. Let's see. I learned to control my motivator with Gatorade. No, gratitude. Thanks, JSG Droid. Welcome on in. I hope your week's off to a good start and none of the crazy stuff is going. I think we can go. Taxi lights going on. Taxi lights are on. And parking brakes off. All three throttles up, get the airplane rolling. And then wing engines down. But then the wing engines might have to come up a little bit. The gratitude sometimes has to go a long way with JSG Droid when ATC cruelly forgets JSG Droid and, you know, just forgets. Really glad that that's working out good. SoCal, hi there from FedEx 441 at Ontario, now with information Zulu aboard and holding short, ready for taxi.
FedEx 441, SoCal departure. Thanks for Zulu. Runway 8 left, taxi via November.
8 left via November for FedEx 441. It is a really cool airplane. Here we go. Let's get ready to rumble.
Up to 209, SoCal departure. Welcome back. Cleared to JFK via the Howard 1 departure.
Holy moly, somebody's going all the way across the U.S. Hi to Church and Foot.
305 minutes after. Departure this frequency. Squawk 6753. Oscar 209, read back correct.
All right, come on up here. We're going to arm nav, arm profile, and arm auto flight. Everything's armed and ready to go. Free Lethal says there's actually 5 UPS MD-11s over the opposite side of the tower right now. So, Free Lethal are...
441 heavy, runway 2, correction, runway 8 left, clear for takeoff.
8 left, clear of takeoff. FedEx 441 heavy. Strobes. Extend the landing lights. Is that in the sim world, Free Lethal, or the real world? Should we look for them on departure? No, real world. And landing lights on. Let's get ready to rumble. Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Thrust is set. Knots. V1 hands off the throttles. And rotate. Positive climb gear.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Royalty noted.
Hi, Gamer Chicken. Thank you for a nice resub. Welcome aboard. We're just getting out of the airport here today. Thanks for being here for 3 months. And we start our turn.
FedEx 441 Heavy, radar contact, altitude leading.
FedEx 441 Heavy, 2,700.
Roger.
I'm not sure. It's going to be a little bit after, and we've got an extra day of live streaming tomorrow. So it could be that after this, I'll wrap it up today because we're doing St. Patrick's Day flights tomorrow. Dublin and Boston and stuff. So probably going to wrap it up after this one. Let's see how close we are to 2300 Zulu. Yeah, I'm afraid I did get a little bit off the runway with so many different views and stuff. Really, when I'm taking off and stuff, I should look right down the runway. And I often don't do that. Flaps retract. Slats retract. AP. AP is set. Wolfie, we did a couple of flights in the A350. So Delta flies A350s. That might be good. Betty remains aboard. So Betty made it. Okay. Flaps are up. We'll reset the dial of flap to 15. And auto brakes are off. And speed brakes are disarmed. I love the clunk on that one too. Loviz is going to do a short flight tonight, midway to Detroit. That sounds like a nice one. And we're supposed to stop at 14,000 feet. We've got that already set.
FedEx 441 Heavy, looks like you're a little off course. Verify your next point of navigation is Pomona VOR.
Yep, our next point of nav is Pomona. Making the turn right now. Papa Oscar Mike for FedEx 441.
Roger, thanks.
You gonna make it for the stream tomorrow? Oh, did I forget TCAS? Of course I did. Let's get Terra turned on. And there we go. You gonna make it back? That's right. You've got some traveling to do, don't you? Wolfie can't decide about flying in or out of DTW. Well, right now it's only 2100 Zulu. So I would say the thing to do is to fly into Detroit. You know, it's going to probably look for an airport that's about an hour away or so, a little more. Oh, update on the boot. The boot is grumpy. The boot is grumpy. O'Hare might be okay. I don't know. Cleveland, you could do any of the big cargo hubs. Atlanta might have some ATC. Midway, when the boot comes off, I might shout the boot is loose. That's like a couple weeks though right now, right? That's like some weeks now. All right, let's increase the map a bit. And so far, so good. Loviz is going to do a flight with Midway today. So when I get done with tax stuff, you can just jump in and go. I didn't do an awful lot of like...
FedEx 441 Heavy contact FedEx Center 126.52. If you're not going to be able to make the restriction there at inland, just let them know.
126.52, we should hit that restriction without a problem for FedEx 441.
Yeah.
I did not do breakfast or lunch today, so I'm about to dry up and blow away here. So I'm probably going to be a chicken when it comes to the Detroit flight. I'll look and see if there's somebody that's flying it and check in on their live stream in a bit. My gosh, what a good sounding chicken there, Polyot.
You need to push it. You're going to call if you're going to push onto a taxiway if you're just in the ramp.
Consider 1721 transfer shortcut.
Note 1721. Give you a shortcut. Let's see.
Yeah, I was going to do that, Loviz. I figured it'd be nice to take, do a cargo run or something on the West Coast where it was going to be fairly calm. A little bit of chill out time with friends is good. LA, hi there. FedEx 441's almost at Nyland and 13,000 feet going to 14.
FedEx 441 LA Center, climb and maintain, flight level 32.
Flight level 320 now for FedEx 441, thanks.
Southwest 1912, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 35.
Continue our climb. All right, landing lights are off, taxi light is off, seat belts to auto, nav lights are on, beacon and high intensities, logo light is off. Yeah, today it was just really, as we get through the weekend, I don't know what it is, Mondays, I usually sleep a lot longer than I normally do, I don't know, something. And so I like to get there's a video that I do for channel members first thing on YouTube. And like I said, if you're on YouTube, if you're a channel member, there's a video that is just there exclusively for you each morning. So I slept in a little bit and I like to get that done before a certain time. And so it was either go and eat something or do the video. And I figured I've got my coffee, I will go and get this video done. And then after that, some real world stuff popped up. So I kind of just got everything done to do the live stream. I do like making this one chill out for sure, Wolfie. Okay, almost 18,000 feet. Everything else looks good. Rumor has it that Sibby is going to be flying the A340 tomorrow, the 600, and she's like kind of an expert at that airplane. So maybe if you catch that one, that's one of her favorite airplanes. And altimeters, and set. 2992, this airplane does not remind you about transition altitudes. You gotta remember to do it yourself.
Southwest 263, runway 1 right, cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 1 right.
There's our strobes. And everything looks good here. Hi, Roddy. Welcome aboard. This is a little bit of an old school airplane. It sure is. But when you set it up correct, it works really, really good. And it's a fun old airplane. GSX is not working. So, Sheriff Max, one of the things to do about GSX is when it's like that, I would probably go and delete it through the FSDT installer. Delete it through the installer and reinstall it and give it a try that way. GSX, it's just kind of that way. All right, KOAK, Oakland. Okay, you've already done that. All right, and does it show up at all? Does GSX show up in your top toolbar? That's the next question, because if it's not showing up there, then it's not ending up in the correct place. We're doing the EMSO arrival. Manaphy, yeah, the MD-11's a fun airplane. It's a favorite airplane. There's Captain Sibby. So looks like we're going to start our own descent going into Oakland, and then it looks like there's ground in Oakland and San Francisco.
Southwest 1912, closing up, quick exchange cruise.
Oh my gosh, they're closing up today.
441, closing up, quick exchange cruise.
Over to the Pizza Channel for FedEx 441. Thanks, have a good week.
JetBlue 387, closing up, quick exchange.
1 to 2.8. We'll just do that. Loviz is saying, I think that's a good point. The only thing that would make it a little bit better for me, I'd like to get the Navigraph app in the EFB better than some of the other airplanes. That being said, I had a really good time in the A350 the other day. Now, I know a lot of people were having WASM crashes, and that's just asking for trouble in a way, but I thought that airplane was really nice. I also think, and you were saying that the A340 is a good contender for Cross the Pond. Hi, Air Holland, welcome back. I know, Pizza Talk. Not going to take the F-28 with fuel bladders. No. No, probably not. That airplane is just asking for trouble for me. Air Holland had a WASM crash today. Which airplane were you in, Air Holland? Wolfie did an MD-11 Lufthansa cargo flight once in Cross. Yeah, I did that too. It was a Lufthansa cargo. It was out of Munich to Chicago. And I think that was like my longest cross the pond flight ever. It was long. But that was a good flight for me. Air Holland, so you had a WASM crash in the A350. Now, I hope that they could, if they get the WASM problem sorted with the A350, I think that is an excellent airplane for cross the pond. JSG Droid, after the WASM crash in the A350, the only thing that still worked was the EFB. Ugh. And there's literally nothing you can do in the cockpit to fix it, which is just terrible. Irvy's going to do an A340 300 in Virgin liveries. Irvy, remember yesterday, Polyot put a link in. If you want something other than the default, the Virgin liveries that come with the A340, there's a bunch that you can get from flightsim.to if you would like nicer, more modern Virgin liveries. Man, that really sounded funny coming out of my mouth. Loviz is going to wait and see which plane is the best update and who flies the route. I remember when a choice for cross the pond was maybe one plane. Oh yeah, remember there was 1 year for cross the pond our only choice was a 737 business jet. Detergent Foot wants the DC Designs Concorde. I think most of us in Flight Sim are waiting for the Flight Sim Labs Concorde. You already got him, Irby? Okay, you're set. Yeah, now we got choices. But yeah, there was across the pond where our only choice was the 737 biz jet. The BBJ, yes. Lufthansa wishes, I don't know they had a Concorde. Did they? I don't remember. I don't think so. Yeah, Polyot would know. I don't think they had a Concorde. Polyot says it was only Speedbird, BAW, and Air France. British Airways and Air France. And Pepsi and Braniff. Not really. They just got liveries. If MCO is chosen for cross the pond, all control, good. Loviz did the default Dreamliner in your first cross the pond. It was a bit of a mess. JSG Droid did the Salty Sim 747 when we all were doing the BBJ. And there was a modification for the 787. I think Loviz flew it on across the pond. It was all right. It was basically a not great, not terrible kind of a deal. Cross the pond is coming up in what, 2 or 3 months now? April, yeah. Can the C750 make it across the pond? I don't know. Let's see. I don't know about the config in Flight Sim Dream Team, Sheriff Maxey. I'm probably not the best person to ask about troubleshooting Flight Sim Dream Team stuff. Loviz did the Curo 787 on 2 of them. Detergent Foot. I will use Flight Aware. You could also use Flight Radar 24. Wolfie did that Curo too. Polyot says, no, you can't use the C750 unless you do mid-air refueling. There are some people in chat that might chime in. I would also, Sheriff Maxey, post your question over on Spy Discord. I think that will happen. Yeah, so GSX is not loading for Sheriff Maxey. Are you sure it's going where it's supposed to? Okay, mission is at 6,200. 6,200. I'm gonna arm it just because now's a good time to get it done. There we go. It says GSX is not loading. It not loading? Why would it say please wait if it's not loading? Pauliette says that the C750 can go from Goose Bay to Dublin and it barely made it. Oh, Loviz did that from Goose Bay to Dublin. Air Holland, thank you for helping out a little bit. I'm sorry, I'm just not that great with that. Usually when GSX blows up or has a problem, I just turn it off and forget it. Okay, let's see. Oh, we've got Oakland. There's nothing at Oakland right now. So what we need is we need CTAF for Oakland. .CTAF KOAK Oakland. CTAF or Oakland is 127.2. 127.2. We already know that we're going to be coming in on runway 30. 127.2. That looks pretty good. I don't think that ACARS gets us. Oh, here's a weather. Let's see if it'll get us a METAR. KOAK. Whoops, didn't get them all. KOAK. Oakland. Send it. Message. Oakland, we got a METAR. Altimeter in Oakland is 3005. How about that? We've got a METAR aboard the airplane. That's nice to have. Okay, let's do progress. Oakland is 194 miles to the north. We've got plenty of fuel. Performance. We are 90 miles from top of descent. That's going to happen in 11 minutes. Not bad. If they would just let us stack up charts in the app, in the iPad Navigraph app, or use that one app so that we could switch over to Lido charts. So if they would improve this, then I don't think I would have a problem doing this on Cross the Pond. And if you want, you could also get a cargo variant for the passenger variant for this too. Lobiz has a Delta widget, a classical Delta widget livery for this airplane. So you could fly passengers if you'd like to. Sheriff Maxie wants to know if the fly-by-wire A320 can make it across the pond. Maybe if you don't load it full of passengers and max out the fuel. Remember, the A318 used to be able to make it across the pond from New York to London City. So if you limit your payload and max out your fuel, I think those planes can make it. I don't know if they put extra tanks on the A318 or not. Probably had to, but still. Martin, it's sometime in April. It's sometime in April. Polya, yeah, they just lightened the A318. So, they took out all the sardine seats and put in nice business class seats. Probably didn't carry a lot of cargo across the pond. Loaded it up with fuel and off you go. London City to New York. Via a quick stop for a little extra fuel before you cleared the Irish coast. Across the Pond is April 25th. It's the eastbound edition. JetBlue flies A321s from Boston to Heathrow. So yeah, you can do that pretty easy. It's mostly folks going to New York and London for business, so luggage was not a huge factor. Loviz says, though, that those JetBlue airplanes are going to be A321LRs, so they've got an extra gas tank or something. Maybe a bigger tank for the blue juice and stuff, too. The biggest modification, oh yeah, that's right. So the A318s that British Airways used for London City to JFK was the steep approach system for London City. Because it is a steep approach, so they, you know, probably they were doing that final plunge with the speed brakes out. And Polyot says that JetBlue's Mint business class is actually pretty decent. Well, if B Mint was still live streaming, we could ask Minty about that. Mint business class. Loviz has been in JetBlue Mint as well and says that the Mint business class is great. I'm gonna guess that you probably get your choice of mints and stuff, right? Or do they have a special contract for Mint? All right, so I've put in my final altitude here for the star. And that's going to be profile down to 6,200. Our descent should be automatic. Polyot and Loviz are going to start doing an airline cabin review company. You know, you could probably do a nice video together, because you do that. You know, you'd need a special camera like Osmo. But you could do those. They cause me nothing but hassle in my day job, so no thanks. Oh, being an influencer that does nothing but review airlines. Yeah, there might be also a little bit of a it's not contempt. Conflict of interest, yes. With your day job, there would be a conflict. Oh my gosh, really? You've Sam, one of the worst in life. No kidding. I've seen a couple of Chewy videos, but not many. I watch more people that just take a camera aboard travel things and subtitles, and that's about it. Loviz likes the videos of a group that reviews airlines, and one will always get business in first, and the others split premium and economy. I haven't seen one of those yet. And that includes the Criminal Defense Club. That's right. And those that must not be named for not paying their bills. Is it possible to preset the altimeters? I don't think so. I don't think you can preset the altimeters. I've never tried in this one. Yeah, I've seen a couple of his videos, and I guess I'm a bit of a snob for different reasons. There are people that are good, that produce good videos, and then there's people that seem to be producing videos to see themselves on camera. And I know it sounds crazy, especially since I got a live cam right there. But if I were out and about with a little Osmo cam, the biggest thing that I would be doing is showing stuff, not me. And he's one of those that does a lot more. He does a lot more unnecessary on-camera stuff. And you know, we had words for those kinds of people back in the news business. So he bases reviews on how much he's being paid. What? See, okay, yeah, now I'm never going to watch again. I don't think that that's a cool thing to do at all. You could do it, but that kind, see, with me, just reading that, his credibility is now totally shot. Totally shot. Never look again. Loviz likes the Flight Radar 24 flights. They released a new one a few days ago, and the guy was in the cockpit of a DHL from Brussels to Milan. Yeah, I don't know Simon Wilson and Murph. I haven't seen that one. It was an A300 flight. Oh my gosh. It was an A300. Loviz just included a link to this. Okay. This is going to be my video this is my dinner time video today. DHL 300 in the cockpit from Flight Radar 24. That's my video for tonight. Thank you. Because I've got to go make food. Almost time to do our descent. We're 20 miles from top of descent. But yeah, once it becomes known that your business is set up to, you know, the more they pay, the better your review is. Your credibility is toast. Now, he also has a lot of people watching, so I guess, but Jim, you're not going to see him there? Let's see. Probably our first airline tomorrow, you know, Shamrock. Gotta fly Shamrock from Glasgow down to Dublin. Roddy likes the Midnight Rider song. Kind of has a little bit of a Miami Vice vibe to it. And Murph, Simon Wilson does stuff like going to Italy and spending a night in the worst rated hotel, the next night in the highest rated hotel. Oh, that's kind of a cool idea. Due to him breaking T&Cs and committing point fraud. So your interaction was on an official capacity in your world, really? Gee. That's not good at all. Oh, maybe a little Night Rider. That's a good way to put it. A little Night Rider. Almost time for our descent. So we'll watch all three throttles pull themselves back. We'll also see the, we're in Econ cruise mode. We got a mile to go. So you'll see throttles. There goes the throttles. Now we're in descent mode and we've started our descent. Sheriff Max says it's not working still. Is there a possibility that you didn't get it registered right? I don't know. It's been so long since I did mine. And it would like a little bit of drag. Let's go throw out some speed brakes. Now it's starting to push the throttles forward, so we clearly didn't need that. Getting booked into a flight through my client, part of his job. That's fine. I don't know what to pull for points. He would then contact the center at a different airport and claim he didn't receive his points, or he forgot to add his frequent flyer, and they would force through the city. And then he would use the Poissy gate to upgrade. Really? Well, isn't that a little bit slippery of you, Clarice? Okay, well. You had some really good professional reasons. I just didn't like him as a creator. Too much FaceTime. Our descent is good. We've got a descent deviation indicator right here. So we are not too terribly deviant, although my sense of humor might be in that world first. That's amazing, Polyon. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm the guy that, you know, never really gets away stuff. It doesn't want to change, take the chance, but can't believe that one. And 25,000 feet. This is usually the point I'm going to go and flip from auto to on for seatbelts. Sheriff Max does not have a green python. Well, I guess there's no snakes on your plane. You could throw a hissy fit about that. I'll just slither back into my cockpit now. 3 snake jokes all in a row. Yeah, that's right, Dalo. Some people do try to get away with just anything all the time, right? Watch out for snakes. Boo! You rattled those off. Where's the chicken sound? Oh, I think Polyot is now reaching. Polyot's looking for a oh bad, terrible sound. Some people are never happy with the fact that they're already in a very privileged. Well, that's it. I mean, my gosh, this guy. Man, they're really upset. They were really upset. Yeah, no kidding. Polyot, some people in an incredibly privileged position and they want more. If I had half of what that guy got, if I got to go to half the places that that guy could go to, I would consider myself so freaking lucky. Wolfie likes the length of your sound, your sound. Wolfie likes the length that you purposefully didn't trim it. Oh, man. Our descent is perfect. Yeah, I'm not kidding. What a great way to put it. You know, and that is, people that get to do those kinds of things, I think it is a pretty privileged position. You know, oh well, some people's kids, right? Descent is looking really good. We have no ATC. It's just us. Chill out landing into Oakland. Then we can catch BART and go across the bay over to the pier and go to the original Bodine's Bakery and grab clam chowder bowls. Yep, I did food again. Buckeye says to stretch before we go in. You should do that too. Yeah, do some clam chowder bowls. That would be good. Okay, altimeter is 3005. We need to grab minimums. We're expecting runway 30. Girthy Gibbs was born and raised in Oakland, and you're glad that you moved. It's not loading in the approach. That's exciting. Polyot says, I always heard Oakland was a nice place to live. Not loading in the approach plate. Sibby is going to call it a night. Captain Sibby, thanks for coming in. We'll check in with you tomorrow. Have a great evening and great times in Athens. Hey, there it is. Thanks for being here. See you soon. Okay, let's see. 209 is minimums. Barrow. Altimeter, okay, altimeters are set and minimums are set. I guess it's what? It's a ghetto dump now? Oh no. San Francisco overflow. I'm going to continue to let the airplane do the work. And we'll let it go to about 2,700, which is the final plunge altitude on the arrival.
New recruits detected.
Intergalactic Gentleman is in chat. Hi there, Intergalactic Gentleman. Welcome aboard. We got a big old MD-11 here. Coming into Oakland with a big supply of Wilson volleyballs. Okay, we're going to have to do a slowdown here to 240 knots. Pretty much, Girthy Gibbs would have preferred to fly out of San Jose Manita. San Jose Manita. At least you won't get shot there. Oh my gosh. That doesn't sound good. Roddy is departing out of Los Angeles, going to DTW in a Delta MD-11. Okay, so Roddy, you're doing like a big old cross-country flight going into Detroit, right? How's your arrival time, Roddy? Are you going to be able to catch the VATSIM event in Detroit? Just be sure to speak to the ground agents about your frequent flyer points to make it worth it. Oh, man. Okay, we should be getting a slowdown here any second to 240 knots. Let's see if it works there. Arrival is at 157. Roddy, you're right. You're really good with that. So you're gonna, that's, Loviz does an awful lot of that too. Loviz has done some cross the pond flights, like departed out of Boston and arrived at Frankfurt Friday and vectors to Copenhagen, just back timed the flight perfectly. And that's been really pretty cool. Auto brakes, let's do auto brakes medium. Speed brakes are armed. And the airplane should decelerate. It is. Now we should also get a green SE slats extend. So that means we can come over here and extend the leading edge slats, and we can even look out the window and see the leading edge slats going out. And we could also do gear extend if we want to, but we don't need to do that quite yet. And there's our speed. Let's do some lights. Extend it. Turn them on. No need to worry about anti-ice. Before landing items are pretty much done. Go to takeoff and approach. I usually do flaps 35 landings, so 163, we're going to call it 165. Always like to add a couple of knots. Inga and Claudia, they did that. They would get the official number, and they would always add 1 knot to that when they were landing. So if it said 163, they'd say 163 plus 1 knot is what they would do for their landing speeds. I always add a little bit more because, you know, chicken pilot here. Got another speed reduction coming up here. Sheriff Max, good luck with that. I have a feeling that the chicken sound is going to probably be the most popular sound on the spy flight. Flaps 15. And 127.2. We are at my hip. We'll call in admission. You know, you think it's going to be the guy going, boo, boo. That guy, okay, that's, it could be. Betty remains aboard. And speed's coming down. Flaps are 28. Flaps are 28. It is a really cool airplane. You can do some really neat stuff with this plane. I have a blast with this. Okay, now it's going a little bit too slow. So let's take control of the speed. I'm going to go to 210. We're a little bit too slow at the moment. This is your favorite heavy jet? It really could be. If they do a few more tweaks in, like I said, I'm always whining about the charts app in this, but if they tweak that just a little bit more, I think that would be great. Well, I don't think that Polyot would add a cooldown timer to either the chicken sound or the ooh, because the jokes are always so bad and you just need that, right? We just need that. Yeah, I would use my iPad for charts too, but I need to show it on the screen for the live stream. That's the only reason. You added it because it would always be playing because of the jokes. Okay, now our next speed's 180. Oakland traffic, FedEx 441's big old MD-11 at Mission, almost to the ILS runway 30, Oakland. Flaps are set. Next speed is 160. What did it say? 163. Let's do what Inga and Claudia did. Let's call it 163 plus 1. So 164 to land. 164 knots plus 1 knot for good luck, I guess. Mike on the radio. That's right. St. Patrick's Day is tomorrow. We are doing a special Tuesday flight tomorrow, Mike. St. Patrick's Day, Glasgow to Dublin and Greensboro to Boston. Yeah, maybe a lifting cargo or something like that. So never heard whatever happened to Inga, but Claudia is now flying for doing passengers in a it looks like a 787 as first officer. So Claudia's moved to passengers. She's got an Instagram. And approach and landing is armed. We're a touch high here, but I think we'll catch up. Yeah, that's right. That's right. She was the first officer on the flights. Yeah, we don't want to do that. We don't want to ever put anybody into an uncomfortable position. Ever, never. Well, I think that flight simmers probably kind of walk a slightly kind of close to the line about trademarks and stuff like that. Thankfully, the airlines are nice about that. Otherwise, we would all be flying world cargo. And what the original airlines that Microsoft Flight Simulator came out with, some of those were terribly entertaining. Yeah, World Aviation. There was another one. JSG Droid could highlight every message for 20 years with all of your sheep. And they really should be protective. Okay, we've got localizer. Just waiting for that's right, Orbit Airlines, Landmark Airlines. Roddy likes the Delta livery from the 90s. You mean the one with the big triangle called the widget? Hey Rocket, welcome back in. Thanks for coming. World Travel, that was it. Orbit, Landmark, and World Travel Airlines were the original Microsoft Flight Simulator airlines, so that they didn't have to deal with trademark issues. Oh man, I remember those when they first came out. Oakland traffic, FedEx 441 is currently on a 11-mile final for runway 30. Landing, Oakland. Aviation companies don't give one flying flamingo about flight simmers. They just see us as a bunch of nerds having fun with their brands. So it's much more of an admiration. I hope so. I mean, I'm very grateful that we get to do those things. Flying Hot Tub Airlines. Stay low now. There you go. Flying Hot Tub Airlines. Who would have ever, who could not think of putting a hot tub in a jetliner at 30,000 feet? I know, didn't you love that line? The airlines don't give one flying flamingo. Absolutely like that one too. I couldn't give a flying flamingo about that. But no, absolutely, I consider it kind of, a bit of a privilege to be able to do, fly a Lufthansa or British Airways or a United flight. And, dust off the old airlines like Air Berlin and Pan Am. I do not have RC planes. I have one of the original DJI drones that's not legal anymore, but I remember those. Autopilot's off. It doesn't alert you. Autopilot does not go and alert you to being off. Air Holland wants to know if you installed it as an administrator. There's an interesting point. Okay, time to pay attention to the landing. Little breeze from the right to the left. I think that's got to be a new term on the spy flight. I don't give a flying flamingo about that.
500.
Flight slow. Flight
slow. 200. Glide slow. Minimum. Glide slow.
Landing.
Glide slow. Glide slow. 100. Glide slow. Glide slow. 50. Glide slow. 40. 30. Glide slow. Glide slow. 20. 10.
I always miss the interesting chat when I'm landing. Welcome to Oakland. Somebody be sure that the car is waiting for us at the gate so we can get a ride over to the BART station to get across the bay for Bodine sourdough bread. No packages were hurt on today's landing. Wolfie didn't even look at your own landing rate until now, minus 85. Your luck is telling me I need to fly to Detroit. Maybe you should. Absolutely. I'm sure there'll be some people doing the flight today. All right, landing lights off. And strobes off. Oakland traffic. FedEx 441 Heavy is clear of runway 30. Taxi to FedEx land. Happy landings. Oakland. They have the HARP logo too. Which, I always thought meant that airline, because they have the HARP logo, that meant if you're a passenger, you get a free Guinness. Because they got the harp on the tail, right? Sheriff Max has got to go. Sheriff Max, good luck. I know it's frustrating with GSX. I will tell you that I fought with GSX for probably years before I got it to a point where I felt that GSX was working for me, okay? So don't give up, all right? Keep going. The harp is a cultural symbol for Ireland. Ryanair cannot and do not own it. Combine it with the word Ryanair and you might get a letter. So the harp is more of a cultural symbol for Ireland. Well, I will try very hard not to harp on that issue for the rest of the day. If I keep telling jokes like this, I might be playing my harp. I don't have a third one, sorry. Don't be plucking those strings. Mike on the radio gives us our 3 in a row. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Mike. Thalo, we were getting strung out. 4 in a row. There's this really crazy hill as you try and taxi up here. And I see an MD-11 already at the gate here. I'll never forget, there was the time that I came into Honolulu. It was at night. It was all day across the ocean into Honolulu. It was back in the day when United was flying big DC-10s from San Francisco to Honolulu and LA and I think one other place. So the DC-10 was, you know, and when we got there, there was this line of United DC-10s, 5 of them, over at the Hawaii terminal, and it just looked really, really amazing to see that. We will not let the harp string you out. Jay Gunner, keeping the comedy club open. Thank you. And a good thing that they've got FedEx on the side of the building there so we know where to park. And we'll do lights. I think that's about as good as we're going to get there. Parking brakes are on. Parking brakes are on. Immediately, we can shut down engines 1 and engine 3. And we can come over here and stop squawking. And we would come over here and go to services. I need some wheel chocks and a GPU, and with the GPU we can plug that in, and once that's in and working, we can turn off engine number 2 and not have to start the APU. And as our engines spin down, we would turn off the beacon, cabin signs, and then if we come over here, now one of the things that would be nice is if they would include a button over here that let you call stairs. Like you can call them through GSX. So over here, let's operate stairs. If we could call that from here, that would be kind of nice. We could open up cargo main. You could also have GSX unload the airplane, and that would get your stairs too, and a bunch of other stuff. So that would be another thing. We had great views of the Panda. And yeah, GSX, I think, is set up and it will unload the airplane very, very good. Very, very nicely. And then this airplane, we've also proven that we can take the airplane and have this airplane go and do a second flight. And you can see we got another one over there too, so it's great to see the two of them together like this. So that's really nice. And then there's the little stairs. And if you're lucky enough to be a FedEx pilot with your job, you get a free health club membership to their exclusive Stairmaster Club. It's got to be a pretty good one for MD-11s and 777s, right? And then we can come over here to the passenger door. You used to be able to open the passenger door from the inside over here. Can we do it on this one? You could open it over here. I can click this. I think you can do something like that. All I can do is flip this here. I don't think I have to undo the slides or anything, but all I can do is flip this. Okay, can't do it. Yeah, we could always try kicking the door, but apparently we might be able to open it that way. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, you just have to give it a shove with your boot or something like that, right? What a great plane. Just super. Get this goofy guy out of the way and see the whole thing. It just looks great. Remember that there is a nice VATSIM event a little bit later on today. And that VATSIM event is into Detroit. I know that there's already some spy pilots on the way into Detroit doing a long haul. Loviz is going to be doing a flight also from Midway over to Detroit a little bit later on today. Tomorrow we've got St. Patrick's Day. I've got Aer Lingus, Glasgow to Dublin, and I'll have to find a lucky airplane for Greensboro into Boston. So no idea what that one will end up being. But that should be a nice flight as well. So I'm looking forward to that. That should be a pretty good flight. And let's see here. Who is doing some live streaming? Usually we're still flying. Let's go see Two-Tone. Two-Tone is doing what I think is called doing Ross Castle. So something about a castle with Two-Tone Murphy today. So thank you for being here. Thank you for understanding that I'm going to just kind of close things down and sit and be quiet, save my voice. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Holidays are always such a good time. MG King 777, thank you for being here. Tuesday and Wednesday are days off, but like I said, we're going to fly because it's St. Patrick's Day. We've got to have a little bit of a party together, right? So I can't wait to see you tomorrow. I hope you're doing well. There was some nice gift subs today, some nice resubs. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the channel memberships. Thanks for helping me to keep my goofy little world going. But mostly, as always, thank you for being such great flight sim friends. I hope everything is okay at your house. I know it's a little crazy in the world out there. So be sure and take a little bit of time for yourself. You know, just a little bit of time to take a breath, relax, have a breath, take good care, you know, stay healthy, stay safe, those silly things I always say. Thanks for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Cheers.